इसको बंद करो ना, तो लूप में लगा के रखा है. May I have your attention, please? Please take your seats, and I request everybody to come forward as much as possible so that we can have a very close interaction. Namaskar and very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the third day of the India Water Impact Summit, 8th version of it. In this particular session, we are now going to talk about projects and partnerships. We already announced yesterday Global Coalition for River Science and Management. Already there is a lot of cooperation that we do within the country with various institutions and also with various countries. And one very strong program that we have of collaboration is with the Netherlands. And we have a very strong Indo-Dutch collaboration program. We have with us the program manager of Indo-Dutch collaboration, Mr. Louis Jan. And I would like to invite him to explain about what this program and cooperation is about and what are the things. In fact, we under the Indo-Dutch cooperation, we have 3 projects which are sponsored for the Hindon River. And IIT Kanpur is one of them. There are 3 institutions. One project is handled by IISER Calcutta, another project handled by IISc Bangalore, and the third one by IIT Kanpur in partnership with NIH Roorkee. All these projects are related to improvement in the Hindon River Basin. To give more details on that, I request Mr. Louis Jan to please come over on the desk and give his brief presentation. Can we have the slides uploaded, please? Yeah, you can come here on the podium. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Good morning, everybody. My name is Luitjan Dijkhuis. I'm from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, the Netherlands. I'm a policy advisor, not a specialist, but well, my background is water management, so I know something about water. And we are very happy to cooperate with India, such a beautiful country. Actually, I lived here for some time, in 95, 97, in Hyderabad, working on water issues as well. In 2021, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Rutte from the Netherlands, they met here in Delhi, and they decided to have a strategic water partnership. And this was signed by both our ministers of water, and it was signed in March 2022, and just after the visit of our king. Let me see. Yes. And our cooperation, India as compared to Netherlands, it's a huge country, it's a continent. I think that the Netherlands fits maybe 1,000 times in India. So we are, compared to India, very small, but we live in a delta and we know a lot about water management. And therefore, we like our cooperation as well. We learn from our counterparts here in India, and we support India, and India supports us. So it's a mutual cooperation for us. Due to, well, actually at the moment we cooperate in 3 areas. We started with NMCG, where we have this strategic water partnership signed, especially with Namami Gange. We work in Kerala. We started there in 2018 after the floods. A DRR mission was assigned to Kerala, and we also cooperate in West Bengal, also after a DRR mission. Well, what are we doing in Kerala? Well, this DRR mission was very important for us to which issues are most important at the moment in Kerala. And we cooperated with them and we decided together, we have a plan of action in Kerala, and the main issues in the plan of action at the moment are integrated water resource management and integrated coastal zone management. IHE is working for us. They are giving workshops on both issues, and in May this year we had the second workshop on water resource management, and on 28th next week, Tuesday, we will have a needs assessment on coastal zone management. The water cooperation with NMCG, here we have a plan of action as well. And this plan of action, we have 5 program areas assigned together, of course, with NMCG. Sustainable water quality management is our first one. The second one is towards resilient water systems. That is also water safety, water availability, urban water management. Well, the River City Alliance is very important on that. We have the Water as Leverage program. We are combining these. The former water envoy Henk Oving launched the Water as Leverage program. And finally, the second one is, the fourth one is living with water and valuing of water. That is close connected to Art Gange. And the last one is monitoring and decision making at basin level. In the Netherlands, probably all you know all the Room for the River program, and this Room for the River program couldn't be a success without using data for policy making. And the last one is the water cooperation in West Bengal. As I mentioned already, we had a DRR mission over there. It is mainly focused on dike design and dike construction. I've been to the Sundarbans twice, and I've seen dikes which were collapsed completely. So you cannot, well, you can do everything, but if there is no water safety, if you cannot live safe in an area, well, what should you do on water quality, on drinking water, what else? So water safety is finally, in the Netherlands as well, it is top priority. And the last point is that we will work together on a master plan for a healthy river basin. That is in a nutshell our cooperation with India in these 3 areas. And thank you for your...
Thank you. Thank you so much for that intervention and information. We continue now from here. Within India, our projects and partnerships. I have with me my colleague from this IIT Kanpur Siganga team, Dr. Purnendu Bose. So myself and Dr. Bose, we manage the Siganga affairs in IIT Kanpur. Of course, we have a large team with us. I also have with me Mr. Pradeep Agrawal, who is the Joint Secretary in the National River Conservation Directorate, Ministry of Jal Shakti. He is looking after rivers other than the Ganga Basin. Okay, so we now have a plan to initiate the process of preparing the river basin plans for the 6 rivers, namely Narmada, Mahanadi, Godavari, Kaveri, Krishna, and Periyar. Okay, and we are looking at the possibilities how we can take it forward with the help of the institutions that are there within the country, similar to the experiment that we tried for preparing the Ganga River Basin Management Plan with the consortium of IITs, and then subsequently we established what we call it as Center for Ganga River Basin Management and Studies, and we hope that in times to come we will be able to have centers in the major states, basin states for the 6 river basins as well. That's the proposal. We are going to discuss that in time to come in the next 2 sessions we are here. Okay. I also have with me Miss Savita. She also is a scientific officer in National River Conservation Directorate. And we also have one of the states being represented, Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh. He was earlier Executive Director Projects in the National Mission for Clean Ganga. Now he is looking after the Water Resources Department in the state of Kerala. Okay, so we have institutions represented, we have the central government represented, and we have one of the state which is represented. And I think collectively we'll be able to provide the way forward as to how do we go from here. Okay. I'm very happy that we have a number of institutions today who are represented here. And I would also like to have an introduction from those institutions. So we have IIT Palakkad represented here. Okay. Can you come onto the stage? I would also like to do is, we have prepared the Ganga River Basin Management Plan, and it is also time to share with you that particular plan. So any one of you, representative from the IIT Palakkad, can come, introduce yourself and your colleague, and then we'll go to the next institution. Please. One of you can come, and then mic you have there, from there you can.
Good morning all. I am Atira. I am faculty in the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Palakkad. My area of research is hydrological modeling, climate change, impact studies, water security studies. Here we have 2 of my colleagues are here, Dr. Deepak. His area of research is in agricultural crop modeling and climate change impact studies, and Dr. Subhashish Mitra here. Thank you.
We have representatives from IIT Dharwad. May I request Dr. Desai to come over? And yeah, Jay Kumar, you can. We also have Professor Jay Kumar. I know him for a long. He was from IIT Kanpur, did his PhD when I was also faculty there. So know for almost last 30 years or so.
Suprabhat, that is good morning to each one of you. And myself and Professor K.V. Jaikumar, we both represent IIT Dharwad, and we both specialize in water resources. And so IIT Dharwad is one of the 6 3G IITs. Weather-wise, it is the best among the 23 IIT towns. And we are the only IIT located in the middle of 2 industrial estates. And Dharwad is also has the distinction of being on the ridge line of Krishna Basin. So we are the we would like to that is, do our best so that it will work out like a win-win or mutually that is beneficial venture. Okay, dhanyawad, that is thank you.
We also have with us representatives from NIT Rourkela. Please. One of you can come, others can introduce from there as well.
Good morning to all. I'm Professor K.C. Patra from NIT Rourkela. I've worked in the water resource sector for the last 43 years. In the facets of hydrology, hydraulics, and water quality modeling, I've done the work. With me is Professor K.K. Kakua. Next, Professor Ratnakara Swami. Next, Professor Minakshi Mahananda. Next, Professor Sanathanadin Sahu. We are a strong team of 6 faculty now representing our institute here. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, I am Sameer Vajpayee from NIT Raipur. My background is environmental engineering. My colleague Dr. Ishtiaq Ahmad is from water sources engineering, and another of my colleague is Dr. Madhikant Verma from water sources engineering only. On behalf of NIT Raipur sir and my own personal behalf also, I want to thank team C Ganga and team Namami Gange for giving us this opportunity to be part of a very important river basin of India, Mahanadi River Basin. And I assure you that we will work sincerely to reach to a stage where, as our dream, that our rivers should be clean, Aviral, Nirmal, and Earth, Gyan, Ganga, all the aspects of river conditions will achieve. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Good morning everyone. I'm Manish Goyal. I'm Professor of Civil Engineering at IIT Indore. I'm also holding the Dean Infrastructure Development at IIT Indore. And Indore is the cleanest city of India for last 6 years. We have a strong team of 5 faculty members who will work on this Narmada River Basin. I primarily work on water resources management and climate change. Thank you.
Pranav was a faculty member at IIT Kanpur, and then he moved to IIT Gandhinagar. Professor Vikrant Jain, he did his PhD from IIT Kanpur, and then of course all of them were actively involved in preparing Ganga River Basin Management Plan as well as part of the consortium of IITs. Pranav.
Enough introduction has been provided. I am Pranav Mahapatra, working at IIT Gandhinagar, and it is a great opportunity to work for this Narmada River Basin Management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Rajesh Biniwale and my colleague Dr. Amit Bansiwal. We have a large team from the NIRI which works on the water resource management for last maybe 3-4 decades. Largely involved in NMCG work as well as various states for various rivers, various action plans, water technologies, etc. We are very happy to be associated with this Gange project. We'll do our best in this.
Then we also have IIT Hyderabad represented. Asif.
Yeah, good morning, one and all. I am Dr. Nisha, representing NIT Trichy. My area of specialization is geospatial techniques. I have with me Dr. Manjula, who is from water resources background, and Dr. S. Sharavanan, who is also from geospatial. We have another member who is Dr. Anish Matthew from water resources. So we would like to thank Namami Gange and C. Gange for the very great opportunity, and we would try our level best to achieve our deliverables. Thank you.
Anyone from IIT Delhi? Yesterday they were there, maybe they. Huh? Yeah, maybe he'll join with you later, 9:30 to 10 o'clock. Early. Then we have from Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune. They are part of the Krishna River Basin.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Gurudas Nulkar. I represent Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics in Pune. I am part of the Center for Sustainable Development there, and our specialization basically is sustainable development within rural areas and especially river conservation, river restoration. So we work a lot on 3 to 4 rivers in Maharashtra, basically on ecological restoration and sustainable lifestyles for river restoration. And we have a Center for Population and Demographic Study, which is involved in this. Then we have India's oldest agroeconomic research center, where we have done several studies for the government of India as well as Maharashtra government on impact of dams in agriculture and water availability and about thirsty crops also. Thank you.
Then we have with us also representatives from NIT Warangal.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vamsi Krishna, representing NIT Warangal. Along with me, we have Dr. Litan, who is also in Water Resource Division of Department of Civil Engineering, and Professor Umamesh and Dr. Judas. In addition to that, we have other key members in the group. We're happy to be part of this consortium and work towards managing Krishna River. Thank you.
See Asif now. Asif, can you come over? He's from IIT Hyderabad. Again, he's an alumnus of IIT Kanpur. He's a graduate from IIT Kanpur.
Thank you. Good Good morning, everyone. I am Asif Qureshi. I am representing IIT Hyderabad. We are a team of 6 faculty, including GIS, environmental engineering, social science, and economist. And we look forward to this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tare and Ministry of Jal Shakti and C. Ganga. I am part of IIT ISM Dhanbad, and we are dealing with river restoration and conservation in different stages of river Ganga, especially in lower Ganga river basin, and we are looking after several rivers in Jharkhand. So I am very thankful to all of you for giving this opportunity.
Santosh Thampi. My specialization is water resource engineering, and we have a team of about 6 faculty working in this group. So I have been associated with activities of AWS for quite last few years, and I hope to continue my association in the years to come as well.
He actively participates in the C. Ganga activities. He chairs the ETV sessions in the IWS ever since we started.
Thank you, Professor Tare. I recall with greatest pleasure that in 2010 we started these activities, and IIT Guwahati, being far away from the Ganga River Basin management, we were brought into the picture, and it was a learning experience for IIT Guwahati. So we are looking forward in coming future. Maybe we'll take care of Brahmaputra whenever it is required. Thank you very much.
Before we start, may I request Mr. Pradeep Agrawal to give his opening remarks, if you just something, and then we will have, and you can of course participate in the discussion.
Good morning to all the dignitaries present on the dais and off the dais. I thank you for inviting me to the India Water Impact Summit on inducting Samarth Ganga concept in preparing basin plans for 6 major rivers. This condition assessment and river basin management plan is the ministry's vision to take up other rivers on priority nationwide on the same lines like Ganga Basin. I would like to thank Ganga for technical support to the ministry and the consortium of various institutions for participation and showing interest in this initiative. In 2019, the President of India, during the joint session of Parliament, mentioned that government will take up initiative to conserve the major rivers in the country on the same lines like Ganga. Thereafter, there has been tremendous research on the subject, and now we have traveled a long path and now sitting almost on the verge of finalizing the selection of institutes for preparation of the river basin management plans. India, standing out as very high in population ranking today, necessitates the preparation to counter the challenges posed for tomorrow. Natural resources would be affected with the impact directly. To ensure effective abatement of pollution and conservation of these rivers by adopting integrated river basin approach to promote intersectoral coordination for the comprehensive planning and management is ultimate objective here. These rivers are of unique importance to India for geographical, historical, socio-cultural and economic reasons. However, due to rapid urbanization, industrialization and agricultural growth, these rivers are facing serious threat, largely due to discharge of untreated sewage, industrial effluent and other pollutants. The challenge is compounded by competing demands of river water and other river resources needed for healthy functioning of rivers on the one hand, and for irrigation, industrial uses, power generation and domestic needs on the other hand. Under this study project, identification, surveying and mapping the location of the grace of excessive sewer and effluent into these rivers, measuring inflows, studying and assessing the adequacy of nearby existing sewage network, exploring possibility of treatment of sewage at outflow location and returning the treated water for reuse or in the river has to be done. The objective of the integrated river basin management of these 6 major rivers is the restoration and maintenance of wholesomeness of river system and improvement of its ecological health, with due regard to the resolution of conflict of interest in anthropogenic land and water uses in the entire river basin. This is to be achieved by protecting the following fundamental aspects of the river system: Avril Dhara, Nirmal Dhara, longitudinal and lateral connectivity, adequate space for all essential river functions, and ecological entity of river. The preparation of this river basin management plan is going to be very crucial in near future for the restoration of all these 6 river basins. I am sure this type of interaction and collaboration will be very interesting exercise, and this will help the institutes in understanding the concept and guide them in preparation of river basin management plan. Thanking you to one and all for patient hearing, and I expect full cooperation from the consortium, and I would like to thank the experts for taking their precious time out and making to this session fruitful and participative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'll discuss on various issues which from my side, RC Ganga side, we would like to propose, and also any of the concerns or suggestions that you may have from your side. So that will help us to refine our proposal and then we will be able to initiate and deliver what the nation expects from us. Okay, so it's an opportunity for us. Invariably, many times we say in academic institutions, normally this is the complaint that we do, that the government doesn't support us, doesn't give us funding, okay, and the government keeps on saying the academic institutions do their academic work, which really does not have much direct practical implication. And it is time to bridge that gap. And this is where we have learned while doing Ganga River Basin Management Plan, and now almost for 7-8 years with Sea Ganga, where number of institutions are involved. And I think slowly and slowly we are realizing the importance of coming together. And we also are happy to see that not all that we say, because there is always a lag between what we visualize, what we envision, and what we recommend, and its implementation. It's always, implementation is a completely different aspect. But slowly and slowly, we are seeing this knowledge and wisdom is getting into action. Okay? And I'm sure as the time goes, this gap will be reduced more and more, and we'll be able to work together and develop this capability. With this kind of exercise, I'm sure we will automatically have the capacity building on the subject of river science and management spread across the entire country with different, and then it will be passed on from one generation to the next generation to the next generation. I think that's the idea of this kind of collaboration, in which for everybody it's a win-win situation, and we gain. And whatever data and information that is required for doing research, that will automatically come to the institute. So that's the gain that we have, and the students will be able to utilize. So I'll quickly go through what exactly we would like to achieve in this. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to assess the present condition of the basin, and then of course talk about what should be done as in the form of what we call it as river basin plans. Okay. Now, we have number of river basins in the country, out of which we have chosen 6 rivers for now, and 6 rivers with Ganga River. I think we are almost covering 80 to 90% of the geographical area of the country. Okay, so with these 6 rivers included, I think we will be covering almost all major rivers. Of course, Brahmaputra is different. I'm sure we will slowly be able to include Brahmaputra river as well. Okay. We learning from the experience of Sea Ganga, it is not only the financial support that we require. We also require that various agencies of the government and non-government, along with these institutions, work together. And there is no, to the extent possible, duplicacy of the effort is avoided. And the information is sitting in various places, and there is a need that it should be made available for the benefit of the nation at large and for the use of all concerned stakeholders. And that's the reason why we have proposed what we call it as a stakeholder committee or advisory committee, which probably will help us in having the flow of information, because the information is sitting with many central agencies, state government agencies, and if at the highest level, if the Ministry of Jal Shakti, the secretary herself is involved in the whole process, I think everybody will be sensitized. And we have recommended representatives of various state governments which are part of this basin at the highest level. And so if the directions go from there, then all concerned agencies will also be excited and be party to it. And it is our duty as an institution to make sure that we engage with all concerned institutions, departments, agencies, local governments, non-governments, civil society organization, and whatever information that is available with them, okay, we collect them, and then we analyze them appropriately, and then look at what are the gaps and what should be the future for collecting the remaining information that we may want to do. And as a nation, we make this available, make this information available to all, even ultimately in the digital form. Because these days, this is what we are talking about, digital water, one water. So I think all that we should be able to aim at and slowly achieve that objective. So we have people from the pollution control boards, because we will need information from the pollution control boards, from the municipal corporations, and if all of these agencies are sensitized through the state and the central government, I think that will achieve the goal that we want. Then we also have a group which can advise us, and that is where the second committee that we have recommended, which we call it as Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee or Steering Committee. In this committee, we essentially have people who have worked on various aspects of Ganga River Basin Management Plan, okay, and also to some extent those who have implemented it. So we have tried to gain them, and then we will utilize their experience, and their knowledge and experience will flow into the various teams, and then that way there can be a capacity building for doing the exercise that we have. And then of course we need to make sure that there is a discipline in having the work. So we have a joint review committee which will regularly review the progress, and if there are bottlenecks, we'll try to remove those bottlenecks. So that's the kind of, I can call it as institutional framework for preparing the river basin plans that we are proposing to do. Okay. So these are the people who were involved in this. Okay, so you'll see they are from various diverse. We have people from law, policy and governments. We have people from ecology and biodiversity, water resources, environmental, from NGO side, from geomorphic side. And they all have contributed in preparing the Ganga rivers, and there is a lot of learning that has come, and I'm sure this learning from this generation has to be passed on to the next generation, so that we increase our capacity as a nation in terms of understanding what are the issues that are related to river science and management. Okay. So we are talking about these 6 river basins: Narmada, Kaveri, Godavari, Krishna, Periyar, and Mahanadi and Narmada. Okay, they are many of these rivers spread over more than 2 states. Okay, more than 1 state, except probably Periyar River is the one which is essentially in Kerala state. Okay. So this is the distribution. Narmada River Basin is essentially in Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and part of it is in Maharashtra. Okay. Similarly, Mahanadi Basin is essentially in the states of Chhattisgarh and Odisha. We have Godavari Basin, which is spread over more than 3-4 states. Krishna Basin, of course, again in 3-4 states. So our intention is to select at least 2 institutions per basin, and that's why we are here, and we have the representatives from these river basins as well. We will formally start this process in a fashion similar to what we started for Ganga River Basin Management. We wanted to do this as part of this summit itself, but there were some unavoidable circumstances, so we had to postpone it, and hopefully we should be able to complete that exercise within a month's time or so. Okay. So that's the So we have the currently Shri Ashok Kumarji, who is the project director for National River Conservation Directorate. He is also the Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga. So, and then we have Secretary Jal Shakti, Ms. Devashri Mukherjee, and then we have the ministers. We hope all of them will be present when we take up this initiative. Okay. Now coming to the technical part of it, I have circulated this framework which has been prepared with the help of, it's not that only one person has prepared. This has come from the understanding, knowledge and cooperation from various experts of the steering committee that I showed you. So basically, normally what happens is, and every time we have been saying, river basin management plan preparation is a cyclic process. But the most important steps in this cyclic process are you need to develop understanding. Okay? And then make sure that that understanding is communicated to all concerned people. Okay? Because we are talking about in any river basin, water of course is a major resource that we are talking about. In any basin, there are limited resources, and there are several stakeholders who demand, including the river itself is one of the stakeholders, right? So river also needs its resources for its own purposes. And then over and above, we have several people who have pressure or who demand those resources. And that also means that we have to have a balanced approach for sharing those resources. And that can only come through negotiation, right? And we can only have meaningful negotiation when we have a proper understanding, and that understanding is communicated to all. So I think in the whole exercise of this river basin management plan, I think these three steps are the most important steps. If we can do it successfully, I think we will be able to resolve most of the conflicts that we see today, particularly in some of the basins, right? So developing understanding, making sure that it is communicated properly to the all issues are communicated, and I'm sure once people understand, nobody is very unreasonable. When they come to the table, there is always a give and take that happens, right? And then there is no complaint that is available, there is no conflict that can happen, right? So this is the most important exercise that we need to take up. And once, of course, this is done, then of course we can have a strategy for making it, we can formulate policies. Some of those policies are already existing. Only some places where we find that there are gaps, we can try to suggest those gaps and plug in those gaps. Okay, planning, identification of the priorities, perspectives, which are the agencies which can be doing that job. Then of course design projects, implement this project, and then when we implement that, then we see actually through monitoring that whatever actions that we recommended, whether they're working properly or not. And once we have that monitoring, it gives us a feedback to further develop our understanding, and that's what we say it's a kind of cyclic process, it's a dynamic process. It will essentially, people say, when will you complete a river basin management plan? I said it will take as long as we want that the rivers to survive. Okay, so this is the dynamic process. It will go on forever, and will continue to keep on evolving, improving based on our understanding of the process. Of course, many of us may have a feeling that we suggest something and it is not implemented. But most important, this slide is this, that there are real implementation challenges, because there are many stakeholders who come from various backgrounds. Somebody is a politician, somebody is an artist, somebody is an historian, somebody is an engineer, somebody is a technologist. And then the same background, professional background, they represent different organizations. Okay, like somebody is representing central government, somebody is representing one state, another is representing another state, and then within the state also irrigation department is one, water resources department is one, and it is likely because they are, and then their residence time in the system is also very different. Okay, and so these kind of things is very, very challenging to handle. And the most important challenge that we, how do we bring convergence among all the stakeholders, that is that. And that's the most important. And in my opinion, we can do that provided we develop good understanding and communicate to all the stakeholders. And that's why I said negotiations are very important part of the whole process. Okay. So this is a very important, and this takes time. So even if we have many times understanding, whatever we suggest, it will take time for that to, and we have to have a patience and also understand the limitations on the other side. What we are saying, why it is not being done immediately, though we would like to do it. Okay, so that's a very important aspect that we need to realize. Okay. The concept-wise, when we say Ganga, initially, of course, it started with the river Ganga, which we know it is a biophysical entity starting from Gomukh to Ganga and confluencing or merging with the sea at Ganga Sagar. But Ganga is a spirit for us. Okay, Ganga is not just one biophysical entity, and it is with this concept we have still kept the name Ganga, because Ganga is synonym to river for us. Okay, so Ganga means all rivers, and that's our culture. No matter wherever, whichever river we take deep in, we always say Har Har Ganga. Okay, so those people who are in Godavari basin, they go and take a bath in Godavari, they'll say, I am going to Ganga. Okay, whether it is Kaveri or whichever river, that Narmada. So Ganga is a spirit for us, spirit of rivers for us, right? So that is why the name is still Ganga, but we are talking about all rivers of the country now. And then, what is that we need to deliver? Okay, our objective is basically that if we focus our development, which is river-centric, and this is what the Honorable Prime Minister is also always saying, that why are we restoring and conserving rivers? Because ultimately, restoration and conservation of Ganga, or any river for that matter, should lead to contribution into our GDP. Okay, and for Ganga Basin, we have a target that after by restoring and conserving river, we should be able to increase river-centric economy and increase our contribution to GDP at least by 3% or so after rivering. And that is what is the concept of Earth Ganga is all about. Because ultimately it is the economic development which is very, very important. But it should be river-centric, not at the cost of the river. Okay, and idea is, the vision is that if you maintain our river, and this is also part of the sustainable development goal that we have. What is sustainable development? That it is our responsibility to leave our natural resources for the sake of next generation, so that their ability to do whatever they want to do is not compromised. So it is our responsibility to leave all our water resources, rivers, and when we say river, river is a system at all, right? So it is responsibility to leave rivers for the sake of next generation, okay, the way we got it, or even better condition. That's the idea of doing this river basin and river restoration and conservation activities. And what does that mean? Okay, that means it is our responsibility to ensure that the capability of the rivers is not compromised at any stage by our actions. And this is what we say, the rivers have their own ability to perform their functions and processes, and by performing those processes and functions, they deliver to us various goods and services, right? So we have to recognize that if they are maintained properly, only then those goods and services we continue to get, okay? So that is their ability, which we in Sanskrit we call it as samarthya, and that is what we are calling it Samartha Ganga, means it is our responsibility to make sure that those abilities of the river are unmaintained. And that's what we say, why Samartha Ganga? Okay, because it can provide to us the services that we desire. What is Samartha Ganga? That also has been defined, that basically our objective is, it's not that we want to make sure that everywhere in the river the water quality is of drinking water quality. No, that is not even bathing quality I am talking about. We are saying the quality that is good for the indigenous aquatic life to sustain the ecology which is there naturally. Okay, so that is what we have defined. Of course, we can discuss if you have any concerns on that. We always learn, but so far based on whatever understanding and learning we have, that's the goal that we have, that we need to make sure that the indigenous aquatic life, flora, fauna is restored in the river. And for that, whatever quality of water is required, we should try to achieve that. Whatever quantity of water that is required, that we should be able to achieve. What is the habitat condition that is required for that locality, that particular stage, we should be able to achieve that to the extent possible. So that is what meant by the Samarth Ganga. And for that, we have 5 pillars which we explained. That river means there has to be a flow. Okay, so that is what we call it as Aviral Ganga. And the quality of water, which is Nirmal Ganga, should be commensurate with whatever is required for the local ecology to sustain. And then to do that, obviously we must have understanding, and that is why we call it as Jnana Ganga, the knowledge about the rivers. And without the involvement of the public or the people at large, we cannot achieve this, and that is what we call it as Jana Ganga, the people's participation. And all that ultimately has to be focused with economic development. That is the Arthashastra, economics of the river. And this is what earlier 2 sessions we also talked about, lifestyle for and economics of rivers. Because it is not just the science and technology can work, it also have to change our ways and means and work on both supply side as well as on the demand side, so that ultimately we are also healthy and the rivers are also healthy. So these are the 5 pillars, and this is what we want to follow the concept of Samarth Ganga while making a basin plan for all the rivers. At this stage, if you have any comments or suggestions or whatever, because this is I do not want to have this as a kind of monologue. Okay, if you have any comments, any opinions, any views that you want to express, you are most welcome to interact, because we have 2 sessions. So we will continue after the break also. We still have about 15-20 minutes in this session, and then next 1.5 hours after the break, we will have extensive discussion. Once we have we all are on the common platform, we have the same frequency, I think delivery will be much easier for us. Yes.
Yeah, actually, when we talk of a river basin, we also should be aware that the smallest thing, wash basin, the smallest unit, where we wash our face, that is our brush our teeth. So our plan should be integrated. So that means we should move from wash basin to river basin. So this is the extreme smallest scale, and that is the largest scale. And so it should be inclusive. And so that, see, the thing is, I can do whatever I want, let the others follow all the rules. So this kind of thing will not work. So,
I think all that we will include as part
of
our plan.
Yeah, just I would like to, without taking much time, I would like to mention 2 animals. One is mosquito, which represents maximum freedom, minimum responsibility. The other one is earthworm, which represents maximum responsibility, minimum freedom. So you must create earthworms out of all the stakeholders. That is this one. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
So all this, I think it is whatever knowledge that is available, and that's what we are looking forward to, coming from various institutions. At this point of time, we only have an overarching framework, how we want to do and what we want to do. And of course, each river basin, there will be different ways of handling it. And in very brief, because it's not possible for me to include everything, in brief I said from demand to supply side. when we say all people, right? And when we follow the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we also have to understand it is not only human beings, all forms of life is important, and we have to understand. So all those aspects are included in it, because we will not be able to talk about every aspect in a limited time. We only give very symbolic presentation of what is being done. But yes, whatever issues that aspects that you are mentioning, they are all included, should be included. And if something is missing, you are most welcome to supplement that, add that. And that is how, when we have the discussions and when we have the reports coming from various institutions or agencies, we will learn from each other. And probably we will have continuous discussions on this topic. Every month we may have workshops or meetings, online, offline, or whatever, sometimes bilateral, sometimes with all teams. And that is how we will develop our ability to deliver what we want to deliver. Okay. And the most important, and this is also you mentioned, what we are looking forward to is minimizing this conflict between development versus conservation. Actually, there is no conflict. It is only the different set of people having different background and different objectives that there appears to be conflict. But as we discussed in one of the IWIS, this was exclusive topic, what does it mean by Earth Ganga? And the final conclusion was development and conservation have to be the two sides of the same coin. Okay, there cannot be conflict into it. And the key elements that we want to apply modern science and technology. So obviously we will use most advanced, and yesterday Kees Bones mentioned about how remote sensing. We also talked about how we can create digital information. So all that is part of our this. So we definitely have to use all kinds of techniques, from laboratory to remote sensing, whatever that is required. Okay, but at the same time, we have to understand that we do not forget about traditional wisdom and the ancient knowledge that we have with us. So while applying, so that's the basic principle, that apply modern science and technology with traditional wisdom. Okay. Obviously, we have to keep into mind the global picture, but we have to start acting locally. Okay. And that is where keeping the complete global picture in mind, what actions are required at the local level for a small stretch or whatever. So that's the second aspect. Okay. And believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is world as whole family, all life forms are part of one, but participate in preparing and implementing and monitoring from the bottom up. Start from your own family, start from your own neighbor, start from the drain which is in front of your house. Okay, and if you take care of that drain, ultimately the major river will be. And then he said, start from wash basin to the river basin. Okay, so that is the all this is embedded into these statements that we are seeing here. Okay, and when we have to talk about plants, there are number of sectors which are influenced by the river, and they are dependent on that. They also influence the river. At the same time, they are dependent on the rivers. Whether you take industry is the one which influence the rivers, and industry is also the one which is dependent on the river. Okay. Similarly, you see many sectors, agriculture and forestry. So one has to take into consideration all these aspects. And they are already there in the framework that I have circulated to you. And that framework will form a part of our understanding of how to prepare the river basin management plan. So we have prepared a kind of draft, MOU. And as part of the MOU, you will see there is one first annexure that is prepared. And that annexure is the one which gives you the framework. And the slides that I'm showing is just the, to have a discussion and common understanding that I'm presenting, but is already circulated to you. And I'm sure many of you must have given thought on that. And if there are any gaps or any clarifications that are required, that is why we are here, that we can discuss about that. Okay, and how do we develop this? And one of the important sector is also education and culture. Because if you really want to make the changes in the lifestyle and talk about river-centric development, the next generation also has to change in terms of what they eat, how they live, what they do. Okay, of course, it is not going to happen over in a day. Okay, but then once we understand the importance of it and impart that education right from school to the college to the higher level, automatically this one. And that's why education and culture, whatever learning that we have, it should be translated in a simple form depending upon what level of education we are talking to. A nursery student, it has to be told in a different way. To an engineering student, it has to be told in a different way, the same knowledge. Okay, and that is what slowly and slowly we have to build in the sensitivity about rivers, river basin and planning into our education and culture as well. So these are the different stakeholders, and we have identified certain principal components. So we need to have developed understanding on river health. How do we monitor the river health? Okay, and what are the indicators and so on and so forth for that. And there are enabling components, like for example, we have to have a lot of information, data, analysis of that, technology, and so on. Again, remember, none of that is going to come at one shot. Okay, so it has to be a progressive thing. If you expect all the data should be there with me, only then I'll do it. That's not the case that we are talking about, right? Whatever data that is available, we make sense out of it, give some recommendations, start some actions, learn from those actions. So it's going to be an iterative process, okay? And from day one, we have to, and obviously it is expected that we give some quick recommendations or give quick findings and some actions that are suggested, which the agencies can implement right from the beginning. Okay, and then of course we have to make sure that we inform all. So the engagement component is also equally important. And ultimately we have to deliver on the river-centric development, Earth Ganga, using science, technology, policy, all those as mechanisms or tools, whatever you call it. Okay, and there are a number of we have called it as portfolios under which we have to work. So those are also given in the framework that is given there. Okay, when you want to visualize something, we have to have a top-down approach. Okay, that is, if I have to see the river, obviously I'll see the highest order river, and that's why the major basin that we are talking here, Mahanadi, we see the Mahanadi from the top, Mahanadi as a main channel. But then when we want to start implementing, if I have to do something good about the river, I have to start from the bottom. That is a large base. If I have to construct a pyramid, I cannot construct a pyramid from the top, right? I have to construct it from its base. So we have to start working from all small tributaries and associated water bodies, their problems, their issues, and then give our findings appropriately. So that's the approach. Another important thing is when we study things, because natural systems use their own boundaries, okay? So for studying and planning purposes, we have to use the natural boundaries. And when we talk about river system, obviously river basin is the boundary for us, right? And that's why that's the natural boundary. Of course, some of you may argue that the river basin boundary, which is at the surface, and the aquifer boundaries may not match, and still there will be some cross-cutting across one basin. We have to take care of that. So we have to respect the natural boundaries when we talk about the study and planning. But as you all know, whenever we have to take action, action is always through administrative structure, right? So whatever study that we do, we have to disseminate this information through the administrative boundaries, through the states, through the districts, through the local governments, urban, rural, whatever that is. So all that information that we collect through the natural boundaries, eventually we'll have to, and that's why both we have to have information considering natural boundaries as well as the administrative. That's the reason the structure that is given, and I'm sure slowly and slowly we will work on that. And the most important thing is the data part of it, right? We all cry for the data, but it is now our responsibility to collect data, make it into digital form, and then make sure that it is available to everybody. And ultimately, idea is all information should be available at fingertips to all our national, all people or all stakeholders that we have. And a very detailed format for how the data should be presented, tagged and all is given. We can again elaborate and discuss, and you are most welcome to propose some new ideas, new set of things. Okay, so I think this is the overall structure, and now we will, next session, we'll talk specifically about what exactly we have to deliver, when we have to deliver, and then your suggestions and concerns, what is doable, what is not doable, we can discuss on that. At this point of time, if there are any quick comments from any one of you, most welcome, including our international experts that we have.
Well, thank you for explaining this ambitious and very important program. I see the list of stakeholders and so on. I'm sure you have thought about it, but in the concise presentation you didn't mention is the, because you have stakeholders, those are people who are affected, and you have actors, that are the people who actually have to do it. So for implementation, you need to, of course, have the support of the stakeholders, but you also need to have the support of the actors. So what is your strategy to keep the actors involved through the process, so that by the time your plan is finished, it's not only theoretically beautiful, but a dream, but in fact acceptable within budget. So the boundary conditions come from the actors. You can make a plan that costs 1,000 crores, 100 crores, they're all good plans. So what is your strategy for the interaction with the actors and the budget holders?
Well, I think one of the things that we have learned in this exercise is we have to continuously work with the actors as well, right? So it is not one way. And in fact, this, when we started this work for the Ganga River Basin Management Plan, I mean, that time the minister, he very categorically said, first thing is, when he gave us this project, he said that I am not interested in a very big document, thick document, which will you come up at the end of 5 years or 6 years or whatever, and nobody will read that and so on and so forth. So he said that your small findings, which you want us to do in the form of actions, keep interacting with us. So every 3 months, 6 months, whatever you want to propose, you interact, okay? And then when we used to present, the response from the actors, if I can call it so, oh, how can we do this? This is not doable. That cannot be done. We don't have the budget for this and this. I mean, all kinds of things that will come. And both at their own place are right. I would not say that we were wrong, or I will not say that they were wrong. But then, very good thing that he said that, yes, they have given the recommendation. It is their job to recommend. It is to the government people, he said, it is our responsibility to figure out how we can do it. And there is always a kind of negotiation. Look at what is the priority, what are the constraints, and we go back and forth or whatever that is. So that was the kind of work, and I'm sure when we expand this to various agencies, and that's why and as resources also, we will come to know when we involve all the people, because there are a number of schemes that we have, and we can take advantage of it. There is a Manrega scheme, there is a Swachh Bharat scheme, there is Jal Jeevan Mission scheme, right? All of them eventually are related to some way or the other. It is not that the entire fund or money will come from some central allocation or whatever. The state governments have funds, okay? So all that we have to, and this is also one important thing that we need to map, right? Which government, which department, what kind of programs, what way. And what all we need to do is make sure that all programs don't work randomly, they work at tandem. That is all the aspect that we are looking. And this is what, I mean, of course, I can be corrected. It's a learning process, and I am looking forward to experiences when we work in various states. We will get that kind of feel. Some states are very good in something, so one state will learn from the other state. So that's the kind of interactive feature that we expect. And the only, I think, merit in this kind of thing is if we do this from a neutral platform, without any biases, okay, I think the chances of getting it through are higher. And that way I can say that why we are involving the institutions which create knowledge, okay, they are neither this side nor that side. They will always work with evidence, credibility, and things like that. They may be at times academic, impractical, but I think that's the learning that will come from both sides. Okay, some knowledge from academics and advanced science engineering will go to the government department, and their limitations and practicality of working, why they cannot do this and what they can do will come from this, and this is how we will learn. Okay, that's the only strategy that I can think of that will work. And when I say people, actors, there are NGOs who are also actors, there are local governments which are also actors. So everywhere interaction is very important.
Sir. Yes. Sir. Yeah, good morning everybody. Myself Dr. Tejram Nayak. I am member civil in Narmada Control Authority. Many of you might be knowing Narmada is also interstate river, and we have one authority who controls the sharing, allocation, and computation of utilizable flow, annual flow among the 4 party states, that is Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan. So, sir, Tare sir, you have rightly said this initiative is very good, and I appreciate, because the field engineers, they don't have the advanced technology, they don't have advanced knowledges, although they have the problems. But I am, originally I am scientist from National Institute of Hydrology. So I have privilege of working as a scientist and privilege of working as a controlling authority or working with the stakeholders. So always we feel that like there is a lot of gap between the advanced studies and what they are following this, because this award was finalized in 1979, so 44 years from now. So now it has to be revised, and there are so many discrepancies that the party states and other stakeholders, they fight for the fulfillment of their demands, because always there is gap between demand and supply. So definitely this scientific study or technical inputs will be benefiting, and as you said in the answer in your previous speech, that we are looking forward for a neutral body, because if MP does something, Gujarat may object, or Gujarat does something, MP may object. If neutral body does this under umbrella of Ministry of Water Resource Jal Shakti, then that will be definitely acceptable to the all party states or all stakeholders. And this initiative is very good, sir. I think this will be a great success for, in case of Narmada, I know it will be a great success, sir. Thank you very much.
Comment from that, and then we will break probably.
Thank you for the presentation of the process of the river management plans. You distinguish a rural river management plan and an urban river management plan. On paper it's very simple, but there's always interaction between the rural area and the urban areas. How do you solve the actions? How do you solve it when there is interaction between these two river management-based plans? So there will be always interaction between the cities, the urban areas, and the rural areas. And one of my main questions is, where does the rural area start and where does the urban area begin? So that might be an issue to combine it somewhere. So I'm curious about how you solve this issue.
I think there are two aspects of it. What we call it as rural and urban, one is from the administrative point of view, right? So administratively, we have certain areas which we call it as urban area, certain area which we call it as rural area. But of course, from the nature's point of view, there may be a diffused boundary between the urban and the rural. Okay, so these two things are why we are talking about urban and rural, because we have certain schemes or certain way of administration or certain programs and things are applicable only for rural setup as per the administrative boundaries. Okay, there are certain programs and fundings or whatever that you call it is available for only urban. So laws, regulation which are applicable. Of course, that doesn't mean that we are having a hard boundary between rural and urban so far as this planning process is concerned. It is only for implementation processes. For example, when we talk about Swachh Bharat program, right? So Swachh Bharat program, urban program, part of the program is done through urban ministry, rural part of the thing is done. Certain programs like we have Manrega, they are only for the rural employment. They are not. If any area is coming into the urban area, then that is not applicable. So this understanding is very important for us. But what does it mean is, if you look at the entire river basin, part of it is in urban area, part of it is in rural area, right? So we have to learn or give action plans. How do we manage river in the urban area? How do we manage river in the rural area? That doesn't mean they have to be separate. They have to talk to each other as well. But only when it comes to actions, their roles will be defined. Okay, you need to do this, you need to do this, but what actions are required, that has to be considering the total. Of course, it is too complex. The subject itself is complex, and if you are expecting answers for all from my side, I will say I am not competent enough to answer all. We will learn together, okay, as we progress in the. I may not have answers, and I think even collectively today, whatever the knowledge and the limitations that we have, even together also we may not have answers to many of those questions, and we'll have to keep on, finding out, identify the issues and look for those answers. So I think, can we do it after the session? Because we'll continue on the same topic, but if you want to do quickly, yes, please.
I just wanted to make a small submission about rural-urban. Only probably may not be connected with the deliberations here. It has to do with the water supply. It makes good sense to have, supply from the urban, infrastructure, rather than creating a separate infrastructure for the rural. This has been experienced particularly where the rural area is close by. Of course, you cannot think about
well, I guess all these aspects, the individual teams, depending upon the situation, will look into it, isn't it?
No,
because
I
at this point of time, we may not be able to.
My friends who have worked, they have also felt that this type of thing is probably needed instead of totally isolating the rural water supply schemes.
Yeah. So I think all that will come as and when we start. Just last and very quick, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Sir, I'm Shivkumar Vanjari, City Engineer, Nasik Municipal Corporation. So just I would like to pinpoint some 2-3 issues which are particularly relevant from the viewpoint of Godavari River, which flows in the city, and from the corporation area around 19 kilometers of the length it traverses. So sir, in the year 2027, forthcoming Sinhastha Kumbh Mela is going to be held in our city. Sir, from that perspective, just I would like to pinpoint some 2-3 issues. Sir, on the lines of Namami Gange, we have formulated a Namami Gode project, and for that we are envisaging the cleanliness as well as the pollution mitigation of the river that flows through the urban as well as the rural portion of the city, sir. Sir, there we have some 2-3 issues. For example, just some while ago, you mentioned that the bathing water quality, it need not be kept that much stringent. For example, as per CPCB norms, it is 3 milligrams per liter of BOD has to be maintained. Sir, considering the influx of around 1 crore pilgrims who are proposed to take the holy dip in the 3 Parvani days, so we are being stipulated that we need to maintain that river water quality, bathing water quality in fact. So that is one pressing issue in front of us. And second issue is, sir, about the environmental flow. Sir, there has been some PIL about the pollution aspects of Godavari River, which is, that case is going on in the Mumbai High Court. So in that, sir, Honorable High Court has appointed NEERI as the technical consultant for our organization. So they have particularly stipulated that there should be a certain amount of environmental flow that should always be kept flowing in the river. Sir, what has happened that just on the upstream side, around 20 kilometers on the upstream side, we have constructed a dam, Gangapur Dam, and that flow is regulated. So the river is not perennial in the true sense of the term, but it only flows around for 3 to 4 months of the time during the monsoon. For the rest of the flow, whatever is the flow, that is, whatever the quantum of the water in the river, that has to be satisfied upon for all the bathing, because that bathing continues not only in Siesta for throughout the year, and in fact for all the 12 years before and after the Siesta Kumbh Mela. So that is the first issue, sir, about the bathing water quality. Second is the issue of the STP functioning. We have around 400 MLD capacity sewage treatment plants which are already functioning. Sir, out of that, some around 50 which are adhering to the new norms of 10 BOD and 10 TSS and 50 COD. But for other plants which are earlier constructed, we have been stipulated that they need to, because the State Pollution Control Board has issued fresh norms that we need to stipulate, we need to upgrade those STPs, which were earlier approved for 30 as well as 20 BOD. But now that we need to upgrade. So that also issue I wanted to point out. And lastly, sir, around 3 years ago, from the viewpoint of the forthcoming Siesta, our delegation had visited Honorable Jal Shakti Minister, Shekhawat sir. So he has instructed to prepare a DPR for the pollution abatement, which entails the entire paraphernalia of river pollution mitigation, such as pollution abatement, beautification, ghat construction, etc., etc. So for that we have appointed a consultant. Almonds is the consultant that has been appointed, and he is preparing the DPR, sir. So once that DPR is prepared, we are going to submit it for onward approval to the Jal Shakti Mantralaya through the WRD of the Government of Maharashtra. So just in the light of the Namami Gode, sir, Namami Gange, whatever are the developments in our city particularly, that just I wanted to update you. So from that perspective, I just put up this point, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for making those points. I will not get into responding to those. We probably can discuss offline, because these are very specific issues, and there is an inherent conflict in that itself, because if we have such kind of requirement, I don't know whether we can call it that is the demand from the river side. It is our demand, human beings' demand, that we want to gather lakhs of people together and want to take the bath. We will also discharge our all kinds of things there and still maintain that quality. So it's our demand actually, not the river's demand. Okay, so we will have to debate. I mean, it's a very, very contentious issue, and we have to go through this process anyway, isn't it? So slowly and slowly we will part. But this particular specific aspect, as I said, this is what is the immediate problem that comes. We have to resolve it in a year or so, isn't it? So for that there are, so as I always say, that if you want to talk about health, isn't it? And if there is some kind of issue that we have, we take immediate medicine and get relief of it. That doesn't mean the health improves, right? So one is long-term health. Another is immediate, there is some pain here and there. How do we relieve that pain? And those actions are, have to be seen in different, but ultimately our objective is we can't just keep on taking crocin and ensure that the disease is taken care of, right? We'll have to talk about what the disease is and what the actual medicine is. Crocin can only give you temporary relief, but long-term relief has to be a cure of the disease and so on. So I think in a very brief thing I have said that, but we will discuss that. But I would like to say that specific issues, this is not the forum or the session wherein we will be able to respond to the specific issues. For that we can again talk offline or have discussions, and I'm sure the ministry will also be very helpful in resolving that, because it's everybody's problem. It's not only the Nashik's problem, I think it's everybody's problem. Okay, and I'm sure whatever is the best that is possible. We did that for Shipra when we have Simhastha Mela in Shipra. We do that for Kumbh Mela in Allahabad or in Haridwar. So those measures are different, which are short-term, temporary, but long-term from the reverse perspective is another thing. And we hope that if you start working on a long-term thing, these short-term issues will slowly not appear. Okay. So thank you very much. At this point of time, we'll have a quick break and we will again come back after half an hour, sir. And we'll continue our discussion on the same. Thank you. request you to please take your seats. Welcome back to the second session on the subject of inducting Samarth Ganga concept for the other 6 river basins. We will continue from where we left. So the last time I just displayed this slide about the data information. So this is again a very important aspect that we need to, whichever data that we collect, it is important to keep metadata about the data, okay? So any data that we compile, if it is there in our digital file, that what kind of gathering technique was implemented, okay? What category of the data is, whether it is geographic data, what location, then what kind of information, whether it is temporal information, it's a point data, series data, or so on and so forth, right? So all that information, because we ultimately would like to deliver a complete digital data platform and also associated with all kinds of analysis so that every information is available on our fingertips, okay? And to the extent possible, unless until it's a very classified information, much of it we would like to put it into the public domain so that it is available. So it is important, and that's why it is also included as part of the agreement, that whatever data that we produce will be made available in the digital form, okay? And again, we have to understand digital means it is not a PDF file. PDF file is not considered as a digital data, right? It is the shape files or, tables, all that kind of thing. Okay. So it's very important. And then we have also mentioned what are the types of data that we have, which are there. So there is one data which is related to human geography, the other kind of data which is related to physiography. So typically all engineering science aspects will come as part of the physiographic data, whether it is about pollution, whether it is about hydrology, whether it is about topography, hydrology, ecology, all that will come, and the human geography. Okay. At some point of time, I will also, we will also have a discussion on a particular example of it. Like for example, in Ganga Basin, how we have collected, what kind of data that, and then we also have to look at it, how and where that data will be used, in which form. Okay, so that's very important. So this is a very big deliverable that is expected. And these are the details of, how data can be organized. Of course, we will improve upon it as and when we progress on these kind of things. So this is all mentioned in the annexure that is given to you, which has been circulated. Okay, and ultimately, this is what our vision is, our deliverable is. We would like to deliver what we call it as knowledge center, virtual knowledge center about the river basin. We can call it as Ganga Knowledge Center or Godavari Knowledge Center or respective, whatever that is. But all kinds of information, and then that information may be of various types, So on the right side, what you see is various types of information. It could be historical, it could be cultural, it could be ecological, biological, political, social, and of course hydrological, historical, whatever, right? And that kind of information may be of interest to various types of professional stakeholders. Like it could be interest of politician, it could be of interest to administrator, it could be of interest to historian. So the same data set, we will eventually be able to provide, analysis online, okay? So they can select a particular area, and a particular area on the map, they can also look at, I want from political point of view this information, or history point of view. So all that is what is the vision that we want to deliver ultimately. We can also have a public platform wherein people can give their feedback or whatever, okay? And that's why typically when we did this in Ganga Basin, we divided to what we call it as Gangalaya and Gangapedia. So Gangapedia is all public talk, right? Anybody can give any kind of comment, and we can scrutinize, and whatever is of use to us, we can bring it into the. And Gangalaya is all kind of information analysis after scrutiny and validity that we'll put it. And this Gangalaya can be a login-based service, while Gangapedia can be a public platform. Anybody can access and give their comments or whatever. Okay, so that's the kind of format that, and then ultimately the data can be presented depending upon whatever is the interest of the stakeholder, what he wants to look. It can be in the graphical form, it can be in, tabular form, or any kind of infographics that is required. That's our ultimate vision. So on our fingertips, we should have the knowledge center available to us. Okay, that is the idea. And that is where in IIT Kanpur also we are trying to create a kind of headquarters for this. Yesterday we announced what we call it as Global Coalition for River Science and Management. So very special techniques, kind of data, information, that will form a coalition. And then all the best practices we can share with each other. So we have international, and now we have an opportunity within the country. We can create a coalition for that kind of thing with different institutions that are involved. That's the vision, and slowly we will expand on that, how to go about it. Okay. So a draft of the MOA has also been circulated for wider discussion and consultation. Okay. And in the MOA, we have the annexures, right? So annexure 1 is what gives the complete framework, and I have discussed that framework. Okay, it was circulated. You can study that in depth, and if there are any clarifications, understanding, ultimately we all have to be on the same plane, same frequency, so that we can understand each other's language. When you are saying something, I have the same meaning as I say something, and you interpret the same way. Okay. So that's important. Okay. So in the annexure, there are appendices, and that's what we will discuss that more in terms of the deliverable. So I discussed about the committees that we have, and their roles and responsibilities has been outlined. We have a tentative budget, but that is still under consideration. Okay, and we also have kept an activity what is called as policy plan for advocacy, because ultimately it is important to communicate all that to the concerned stakeholders. Okay. And idea is also that that's, when we have fund, so centers, initially it will be funded for some time, but then eventually we want that it should become self-sufficient, and then there can be participation of other funding agencies as well, as including state government, other local bodies. As and when we are able to deliver, those things will happen automatically. We cannot have provision for organizing workshops, conferences, and many of them can be self-sufficient when we do the outreach, get the support from the, okay. So this is what is the most important thing, and we can discuss one by one. tentatively the timeline also has been given. So the first and foremost thing that we need to look at it is whichever river that you are looking at and the major tributaries of that. If you can give a kind of, river at a glance, what we have called it, we prepared that for the Gange river as well, initially to start with. So something similar you can give. So at overall glance, like for example, if you remember earlier, we used to have railway timetable at a glance. Okay, so all major trends, major things, you will get it at in that kind of thing. So similarly here, one should be able to look at where the river originates from, what is the length of the river, which are the major tributaries, which are the different segments of this thing. Some segment can be mountainous, some can be plain, some can be lower level, there can be spatial zones in particular. So the entire picture of the river at a glance, okay, and that could be a very short description of the entire basin at a stretch. You can divide it appropriately into different zones and give specific hierarchy. This zone, this issue is very important. This issue needs to be addressed on an urgent basis. This is very critical. This is where the river is in a very, if it's possible, you can also categorize the river that this is in grade A, grade B, grade C, whatever consideration that you have. Okay, that is where each team, and it will be different for different. So I think if we can have this within 3 months of the start of the work, that we have a picture, overall picture, what are the issues, like for example, earlier it was mentioned for Narmada. Okay, so similarly for each river, if we can have that running commentary or with pictures or with some small descriptions, that will be a good. This is what I mean by river at a glance. If there are any comments from anybody, most welcome. Again, I suggest if you have any comments, interrupt me and offer your suggestion or comments on any issue, or if any clarification is required by that. But then if you understand this or in the same frequency, it will be easier. Yes, please.
If we want to share some input, is it only for these 6 tributaries, or can it be some other supporting river? Like we were talking yesterday about Najafgarh drain, which is a part of like Sahibi river, right? So such small rivers can also be part of it, or it has to be only these major 6 tributaries?
This is actually Hello. I'm talking this in reference to the 6 rivers that are under consideration, right? Narmada, Mahanadi, Godavari, Kaveri, Krishna and Periyar, right? And of all these rivers, whatever important tributaries, major ones, minor, when we say important, they can be, it's not that something is big only is important. Sometimes some very small, even 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, but is very crucial, very important. Please include that, isn't it? So when I say important, I leave it to your discretion, and I'm sure you will have consultation and then come up with a kind of information on that. Okay. At this point of time, we are saying we will essentially rely on secondary information, because our experience is we really require a kind of historical and long-term information on that. And any one-time information is not going to add much value to it. Of course, later on we will have a systematic plan for generating that information. But at the first, we are essentially relying on the secondary information which is available with any agency, be it private, be it government, be it civil society organization, NGOs, whatever, whosoever. Are some studies done in academic institutions in the form of MTech studies or BTech projects or PhD theses or any publication or whatever that you have, okay? So whatever is already available, right, which we typically call it as literature survey or state of the art, right? So basically we will call that as a state of the, so all information that is available, okay, and that's where we have to first map where what information is available, what are the different sources, and then try to get that information. And if there is any difficulty in getting that information, that's where we have put that coordination mechanism in place. And I'm sure once the states are sensitized, it is in their interest, so they will also help whatever information that is available. And to the extent possible, if the information is already available in digital, we will try to make sure, again, we do not want to replicate. If the data is available in digital form, we should get it digital form. Otherwise, again, you start the exercise of digitizing it and all, it's a replication. And after all, whatever work is done is always done with some government resources, public funding or whatever. So that should be made available. In some cases there are difficulties, and I think that is why we have the government people participating in this once they are sensitized, and I'm sure it is in their interest also. And many times they are not told properly. Okay, they are ready to give, but nobody kind of approaches them in a way it should be approached. Okay, so I think this also we will learn together. Okay, how to approach which are the places. From one river we will get, somebody is doing something, he says I have done it this way. So obviously other person can also get a clue from that. Okay, now he has done it this way, he got it from there, so I can also get it from my side. Okay, so that's the kind of learning experience that we have. We do not want to reinvent the wheel, okay? So learn from each other, and first exercise is essentially rely on whatever information is available, and once we find out all available information, find the gaps, then we will make a systematic program for generating or filling up the gaps as and when it is required. Yes, please.
So I would just like to extend the discussion, and for Madam as well as, I'm from Gokhale Institute, and we have already started work on preparing the river atlas for Upper Bhima Basin. And this is with the help of the Pune Divisional Commissioner's Office. And they've been most grateful in extending their support, especially because Professor Tare also has visited them, and then we've gone and met them. We have also managed to get a lot of support from the Water Resources Department of Maharashtra, MWRRA and WRD. So we are already working with these two agencies in preparing that. And like you said, absolutely, I mean, it's just for the asking. The only problem is the data is not in the format you want, so there is a little bit of effort that you need to put in. But WRD has been able to give us some shape files, and Pune Divisional Commissioner's Office has also been able to give us some JPEGs from which we were able to develop. I think NIT Warangal, our partner, is also now working with the Divisional Commissioner's Office around there. So I think what you said is absolutely right. Working with government agencies and local administrative bodies is not as formidable as it seems. We just have to make that effort to join them.
Any other comment? Yes.
Most of the reservoirs in Karnataka side of Krishna, we already talked to the chief engineers, and lots of data they're ready to give without any problem. So that is Malaprabha, Ghataprabha, Tungabhadra. They're ready to give us any problem. Plus, IIT Dharwad is situated at the Valmi campus, where they do all the training of all the engineers come there. So I already talked to them last week or so. So any information that is required will be available to us from the Karnataka side of Krishna. So that is already assured, without any difficulty.
These learning experiences, and I'm sure many other basins and states, it is a similar kind of situation once we start. But there is always a scope for learning from each other, okay? And then if something that cannot be sorted out at the local level, we can discuss this in the appropriate committees and try to facilitate to the extent possible. And we will always have support from the NRCD and MCG in such kind of, wherever we get stuck, or some letter has to be issued, or, calls have to be made. We'll try to do that to the extent that is possible. Okay.
Sir, one question for you, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah.
So what's the role of the state in this river basin development? Because we have it now in Kerala, especially to Peria, we already have a proposal for developing a river basin management authority with all the stakeholders of the department, or the like irrigation and other departments, in which the rivers are vested. So they all will be a part of this river basin management authority. What is the scope of a river basin management authority, sir, especially for Peria?
I think I just discussed with Ashok Kumarji on this issue, and as part of our Ganga Basin Management Plan also, we have done substantial work. We had a exclusive group called Policy, Law and Governance Group, right? And there at that time we even prepared a draft of the bill, okay, which is to be passed as an act, okay, which is called a, but of course do not expect that such a bill or legislation, because passing a legislation is a political issue, is not necessarily, but we can only prepare the draft, okay? And there we have articulated what kind of authority that will be good for from the point of view of river basin, okay? And then what are the aspects that are there that should be there as a basis. Like, for example, we need a knowledge wing, we need an advocacy wing, some members. So all that structure, the names can be given differently depending upon, we have to align with the political interest, okay? But not losing the basic, science, evidence, or whatever that is required. We can help on that. And that report is also the report that I shared. I will share one copy of the plan with Ashok ji, so it will be available, and it's also available in the sea. You will find there is a report on that. Okay, we had at that time proposed a commission, because that time when we started this Ganga was a very, very sensitive issue, okay, and there was a lot of demand that there should be a special bill, special act, Ganga should be given special status. To some extent it has been done, but passing a bill and then you will also find there are conflicting groups. The NGOs and civil societies will have a different aspiration. The regular departments will have a different aspiration, isn't it? So all that we have to understand and come to a kind of this thing. But ultimately, if it is done with all stakeholder consultation and keeping into consideration the science, what is the data information, I think we will be able to take it through. Okay, but yes, we need to discuss on that, and that can serve as a kind of starting, document for you. And we can also interact with you on this, and then share we have our team, and the advisory team that you saw. We have people of those who are deliberating, and they have gained a lot of experience. So that experience, this is the idea of that. That experience and knowledge should not get lost. It should get spread and distributed everywhere, so that we do not reinvent the wheel. All the issues that we discussed at that time and then discarded or accepted or whatever, why we discarded, why we accepted, if that is available, then you again don't get into that cycle. So that's the benefit that one can derive from such kind of things. Yes.
Yeah, instead of finding the gaps and then the requirement of writing the letter, my request would be, if it is prior level of a sensitization at the district management level or the district administration level, that makes the data flow very smooth. Our experience is whenever, say for example, a divisional commissioner gives a work, he sensitizes his people around, and therefore data flows very well. Whereas if you cross a boundary, district boundary, you won't get the data. So sensitizing in a state from the top to bottom level, top down level, that would be the better approach, and it will be faster as well.
That is what we have also thought of, that the things will flow from the chief secretaries to the principal secretaries to the divisional commissioners to the district magistrates and things like that. I think that, in fact, we have also suggested, in fact, in UP it was done. Like in UP we have, not only UP, in the Ganga Basin, we have what we call it as district Ganga committees. okay? And then we have some good experience, not so good experience, and we have also, so based on that, our thinking was if you deal with the commissioner level, it may be better, because under the divisional commissioner you have 2, 3, 4 DMs, and the divisional commissioners have little, DMs are highly occupied, and at the DM level they are very busy only in implementing the scheme and day-to-day problem. So if you go to the DM, yes, he will be very helpful, but then you expect on his time, because DMs are very busy. So if you understand this kind of thing, so if you deal at the, and that's why in Pune, dealing with the commissioner level, and in UP also that was my experience. So we suggested through NMCG to UP Chief Secretary, and fortunately he issued an order that divisional commissioner level committees are created, right? And then we have to, of course, make sure that it's not just setting up the committees, but you also have to make sure that those committees function, so all those kind of things. I think it's a learning experience. We learn in an iterative way. We suggest something works, something doesn't work. If something doesn't work but is good, then we make sure that it works. If something doesn't work because there are real issues in that, we improve on that. Okay, that is how the process will be. Okay, it's very, very difficult to articulate and postulate and speculate everything in the beginning. Okay, somewhere, and we are so diverse. Something which may work in Karnataka may not work in Kerala. Something which works in South India may not work in North India. So all those kind of things, and that's where the diversity is. And we will come up with why individual basin plan, because we will take advantage of those characteristics, isn't it, wherever. And if possible, we can then also use this to our advantage. If something is done so good in Karnataka, why it cannot be done in other states, right? And vice versa. So I think that's the kind of capacity that we want to build up through this kind of exercise. Okay. Can we move ahead? Okay. Can I have the presentation? So then we have the other kind of deliverables. Okay, like for example, one of the important priority action for us could be identification of critical stretches. Like somebody in the interval was mentioning to me that in this place, in this district, we have this problem, and so those could be critical, and if there are any solutions, suggestions, or proposals which are stuck or whatever, I think we can look at it. So when we say looking at it, it is also important to kind of map where all kinds of projects either are under implementation, or any scheme which is under implementation or is proposed, or is being planned, or something needs to be done. So this categorization had to do. And then we also have to identify if I need resources for implementation of this, which is the scheme of the government which can support that. So like, for example, there are many activities if you look at the Manrega. So there are certain activities which can be funded through Manrega. So it is not necessary that for a complete project the fund comes from one. We can also say, okay, the labor part is very extensive in this, and this labor part can go from Manrega. So this also kind of is also a part of the planning exercise that we have to suggest. Okay, this scheme is already there are already funds, because many schemes, they face this difficulty of not being able to utilize this. Okay, and like for example Manrega, it is said that 60 to 70% of the Manrega fund can be spent for environmental concerns. Okay, so that's a good opportunity if you in the rural area, if you want to dig a pond and where it's a labor extensive, we can suggest that kind of thing. Or if a river stretch is silted, you want to de-silt it and not use the machines or mechanical thing. So or other places there are funds which are there where machines can be used. So I think if we can identify all those kind of things, we can marry our requirement with already existing schemes that are there at the government. So it is not necessary that for implementing the river basin plan, you actually need only special big funding from one source of energy, and which Kisbon said, you will never get such kind. It is only hypothetical. Okay, the plan you make it, and you say, okay, some 1 lakh crores are required to implement that plan. That's never going to come, right? So you have to identify small fund allocation which are there and which can then serve as part of this activity. So that's the kind of iterative process. Okay, so when we are saying collect information, also information about these kind of things, which are the various forms of schemes. Some can be of urban government, some can be of agricultural ministry, some can be state, some can be central. So if you map that and then look at, okay, for this project I need this for this, this for this, this for this, and then you can also say, okay, this part can come from this project, this part can come from this, and that's how plan means how exactly it can also be delivered on the ground. This is what is required to be done and how it can be delivered. And if there is some gap, then you can say, okay, 70% we are able to get from existing resources, only 30% is that. Then that makes the case very strong. So if a DPR of such kind of thing is prepared, that the cost of the whole thing is about 100, and out of 100, 70 is already available to us. And then you only ask for 30 from the central government or whatever, that then it becomes easier to get such kind of things projected, right? And idea is basically many schemes that are there of the state government and central government, why that fund does not get utilized, that we do not have quality DPRs with all kinds of information available to that. So if we can facilitate that, that will be a great thing to do. Okay. Yes, sir.
We started, I think, the day before yesterday, or yesterday, that we want to connect the river with the land, right? And also the productivity of the land. In that respect, and we're talking about a basin plan, not a river plan. Point 2, I suggest to, and probably you mean that also, to interpret it not as critical stretches of the river, but critical parts of the basin. It may be completely not in the river. It could be an area that is experiencing waterlogging, could be an area that's experiencing shortage, which is not directly at the river. But the basin plan may address that problem. So don't limit yourself to rivers only.
Well, we can also, the name is a very different thing. We can also call it, we can divide the basin into different segments, and then we can say in this segment is this problem. Like for example, we have done that in the Gange basin, Bulandshahr district. The river necessarily does not pass through that, but there are many issues of that. And then if you are talking about implementing the Earth Ganga concept in that, there are various possibilities. There is one part of the district which is completely barren and nothing happens. Other part there is something. So how do you kind of synergistically propose a plan so that, and ultimately when that is done, it helps in changing the flow pattern of the entire surface runoff, and that can either help in recharging the groundwater or can help in retarding the flow. Otherwise it goes very flow, erodes the whole thing. So that can also be, so it's not directly in the river but somewhere else, but that can influence the river in a big way. So all that is, so just don't go by what it is, very quickly done exercise. And that's where I am expecting discussion and suggestion on that. It's quite possible that when you look at it at one shot, it may not come, but I'm sure when you go back and study it, you will articulate it properly, and then we will be able to revise that. Okay? So this is a very, very tentative list, I would say, of deliver, and it can be further refined. There is lot of scope for the choice of the words, the choice of the, obviously that can be revised, and when several minds work together, I'm sure we will get a much better output than what it is shown there. This is only an indicative kind of thing, and we can always improve upon it. Yes, Vikrant.
Yes, so just one small suggestion. Yeah, for uniformity of the data set across the basin, we should define the scale at this stage itself. Because once the work will be started, then the output data may be generated at the different scales, and then the uniformity may be lost because secondary data are available at the different scales. And earlier also we mentioned about the order of the river basin. So order of the same river will also change if we change the scale of the data set. So I think in this meeting also we can finalize the scale, at what scale we are going to define, because it may be possible river at a glance may be produced at a different scale compared to the basin demography or the atlas of the river. So, so in this meeting we can then discuss that aspect.
Well, I'm not very sure whether we can take such a quick call because it would require, inputs from and different places. There may be different kinds of information, and I'm not very sure whether we want to keep the such a strict uniformity. Also, sometimes non-uniformity or diversity is also a plus point. Sometimes, in some cases, we have to talk about uniformity. In some cases, we may have to, if somewhere, if it is available at a very higher resolution, why should I restrict that particular basin? Because in one basin, it is available at a very coarser this thing. So why should we say, nobody can do it at a further, higher resolution? So, but I think the suggestion is well made, and we will consider it. But I think that kind of thing we can discuss in a very more focused group rather than in such a, and we have a very limited, I think that issue itself alone will require at least half a day of discussion, if not more, okay? But at this point of time, it is just an indication that I want, and I want to make sure objective is to that we understand what we are talking about, okay? That is all the purpose of this thing is, that because many times my language could be different than your language, okay? So we make sure that we are on the same language. Sometimes the same word, one field interprets in a different way. The agricultural scientists for the same word will have a different meaning, and geologists will have it in a different meaning, right? So I just want to make sure that we are on the same frequency, at least on that aspect. And then further details can be, but yes, point is well made. It needs to be considered whether we want to do that across the basins or we want to do within the basin uniform scale. That also is a consideration, but I leave that to the discretion of the experts and whatever that comes out from that kind of. We will have a separate, when we do that, we will have a separate, of course we have to also learn because physical meetings will always be an issue to find so many people coming to a particular place on a particular time. We'll have to learn to have, maybe we have hybrid sometime or sometimes completely online. So that we will evolve, I am sure. Fortunately for us, COVID has given enough experience on that, right? So we can now economize and get over those kind of things. If somebody doesn't have a time, we can, and we all have learned, we have meetings at 10 o'clock in the night or early morning or whatever, if somebody is busy on a particular. So I think we can optimize on that, all those things. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what about the data scales has been said. We have raised this concern to you as well. So somebody from IIT Kanpur should note down that we should have this meeting at as early as possible, because data always is not free, may have the cost also, which may not be built in the current budgets as well. So it will be built up over a period of time, that we understand, but this point need to be. And the second point which I want to make, I want to get back to your quality DPR statement. The quality DPRs are very difficult to prepare sometimes and very difficult to get passed through the kind of committees which approves that. We have experience in a state where there are no sewerage networks. There are no sewerage lines, or not even the natural drains are flowing, and we are supposed to make the DPRs for interception, diversion and STPs. We have made different efforts for it, but the guidelines are strict The guidelines are kind of rigid. They do not allow that kind of data collection and other things, and therefore the NIRI's DPR has been qualified as a bad DPRs, which are actually practically the realistic field DPR implementable. Okay, so flexibility in the guidelines would be a necessary for implementation, rather preparation of the good DPR and implementation of those DPR. Otherwise, it won't get any further. I had a very frustrating experience of this.
We all have gone through this kind of exercises, and I think my only hope and expectation for the change is the consultants are treated in a very different way. The advisors and knowledge creators are treated in a different way. So here we are trying to play our role as a knowledge creator, right? Not as a consultant. And I always say that every particular profession has an important attribute. If you are a consultant, my only and only interest, if I can say so, is to make sure that my consultancy amount is made available to me, right? And for that, we do anything and everything that is possible to satisfy the client, okay? And make sure that my consultancy money comes. So the consultant's way of working is very different than I am facing. Like, for example, we are getting funded from NMCG, okay? At the same time, many times we have to tell to NMCG that, okay, you are doing this, but this is not what we think should be done. Okay, but how to handle that kind of situation is what we have to learn.
No,
okay, because that is very important.
We learned a lot. Definitely, we handled those situations. But at the same time, my concern is, and we are not like a consultant for that sake that a percentage of the money should come to us. We are National Environmental Engineering Research Institute with the national character, with the national responsibilities. Now the question is, the guidelines which are there cannot be followed. One of the IIT professor is commenting on me that you have not measured the flow. There is no flow at all over there. Where from I will measure it? The guideline says 30 days flow to be measured for such and such date and such frequency. It is not possible. And that's what where at the point I am making it has to be flexible. And when a NIRI-like institution says this, it has to be respected.
See, this is where we are working on a collective wisdom, right? Because what you are saying, I don't want to get into the discussion on that. You have experienced it, I have experienced it, we all know. So when I deliver on a particular issue, there are different kind of things, and my role is also very different. When I'm sitting on the other chair, then my role is and responsibility is the role of the professor. In some case, I may have played that role of professor, making sure that why don't you have 30 days flow, and sometimes I have done the report, you may have played that role. Okay, so this is, we all have done that. But what I am looking at here is, here it is a collective wisdom, right? We are together, and if we are together and collectively if something is being said, I'm sure it is also possible to change the guidelines that you are talking about, okay? But if it is left to one individual or one agency, it becomes very difficult. But when collectively so many people are saying, I'm sure it gets done. And this is what I have realized when we prepared and had the IIT consortium, okay? That collectively it said, it is very easy for anybody to say, oh no, it is only Dr. Tare's opinion, right? And easily it can be rejected. But if it is IIT consortium opinion, it is taken that. So this is where we are hoping to change the situation, okay? It doesn't mean that overnight things will happen, right? We'll go through this, but I'm sure 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, a nation as a whole will learn to live, address this in a much better way, okay? Neither I can answer all those questions, though I know it, or you can answer those kind of. Also, we have to, go step by step in the sense, like, for example, if there is certain budget, let's say 100 crores for this, and when I'm doing the exercise for 100 crores and I next day tell to the NMCG that you purchase for me 2000 crore words data, only then I can do your report. That is also not visible. Yes, when we say some data can be, whatever is reasonable, that can be procured. But if I make an expectation that the whole layout for this is about 100 crore, and then I need a data for my basin which costs 2,000 crores. Unless you get me, I will not. I think we have to find a way of getting out of that. This is what we are talking. Yes, there are issues, there are problems, and this is also part of our support that we need to provide. How do we resolve this kind of? We also understand that no government or no department can all of a sudden allocate 1,000 crores for the however important this may be, right? So we have to also suggest ways and means how it can be done, who can do it, where the money is lying, from where this can come and all. That also is part of our planning process.
Sir, I have query.
Yes, please.
Sir, I have query. If only the rivers is distributary and the basin, natural basin are a part of this project, or the artificial canals coming out from the rivers are also part of this, because that is very important for agriculture community, for farming.
See, when
even the future canals also, because lot of area, lot of farmers, they need water, and most of the time the water is surplus, causing flood. So if that also is part of this plan or not? Thank you.
That's why we say we are not talking about river, we are talking about river basin. And basin means anything that influences the flow, particularly of water, of course of other things as well, right? So if canals or other water body, whether it's not only canals, it could be reservoirs, which are natural, which are artificial, wetlands which are natural, which are artificial, the drains, which some of the natural drains may have been made into a pakka drain, and may converted into a sewer line. That also is a part of the thing. The sewage that is coming in, where does it go, right? Can we utilize that sewage to build our rivers, right? After having suitable alterations in the water quality, and where do we do that water quality? Ultimate objective is just not sewage treatment. Ultimate objective is to make sure that our water bodies are improved, whether they are flowing water bodies or storage kind of water. So wetlands, artificial or natural ponds, even the Amrit Sarovars that we are talking about, they are also groundwater, is also part of the basin. So when we say integrated, and we are not talking about water only, we have been saying land and water has to be seen together. Because what happens to the soil, if I have a bad, very loose soil, I make it loose soil, because of my cultivation practices, then there is a loss of topsoil, right? How do I prevent that? And that's why yesterday we had a great discussion. What do we do? Like we have a concept of environmental flow, we also have a concept of, the soil has its own right. What should be left to the soil? We cannot take, like we are saying, you cannot take more water than what the river actually needs, okay? So similarly, there is a concept like we're talking about this crop residues. Now, right now we have no this thing, so we are burning it. But then those crop residues are important material. Okay, there are several uses of those crop residues. But the question is, some crop residue should also be given back to the soil, right? So that is soil's right. Okay, this also we have to take, like we cannot withdraw more water than what the river needs. Similarly, we cannot take away those crop residue. It has to go back in either in the form of mulch or in the form of compost or whatever, so that soil is maintained, soil health is maintained, soil microbiology is maintained, and then when soil and soil microbiology is maintained, then only water is also conserved. So when you say integrated, all aspects are taken. That's why we are talking about integrated. We have been talking about it, but it is time for us to now actually show that how it can be taken into consideration. What do we really mean by river basin management plan? What do we mean by integrated water management? What do we mean by land water considering together? What are the issues that we have? So like canals are artificially made, so also the agricultural soil, cultivated soil is modified by us. So what level of protection that we need to give that to that soil? Okay, so all that, and that's why agriculture, if you see in the this thing, one of the important missions is the sustainable agriculture, because agriculture as one activity influences the water sector in a very significant way. right? And that's why what we do in agriculture will have dependence on what happens to our rivers and water bodies, and vice versa, whether I'll be able to do agriculture or not unless until I protect my water bodies in times to come. So all that aspects are there. Of course, in a very limited time, at this point of time, it was only a kind of, getting to know each other, trying to understand each other's language, okay? And we cannot expect that in 3 hours we will have all the in-depth derivation. I have circulated this, but I understand not everybody would have given that much. But now, with this kind of discussion, I'm sure every one of us, you will go and read each and every line, because ultimately when I say, okay, I am committing to deliver, okay, then I understand, okay, what is that I am committing, okay? So I think once that is there, I'm sure the idea of this meeting was actually to sensitize, okay? And maybe next 5-10 days that we have, I request all of you to do the thing very carefully and give your suggestion. In fact, that's what I had asked for, okay? That I circulated those appendices and I said that, okay, please give your comment, please give from your side what timeline you think is a, and then we will kind of look at all the thing and try to kind of, after looking at all, come up with what he said, some common, in certain things, some uniform common things will work, in certain things it may not work, okay? So we will identify those kind of things.
Sir? Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so I think we agree to this, that yes, 1 or 2 points we'll discuss. I have at least, I do not know how many, maybe at least 40 items of this kind. Obviously, we will not be able to discuss all the 40 items, but even if I have some discussion on 1 or 2 points, I'm happy about it. At least I have been able to sensitize, and then you will be able to go back and then understand, and then give me your feedback to NRCD, so that we can, finalize this as and when it becomes, because ultimately we may also have to give the presentation to the higher and convince the body that this is what we are, because any the higher level officer or person would like to know what am I going to get out of this study, right? Yeah, I have said, like other day I had a meeting with him, and then he said, it's not only deliver that is important. You also make a column wherein it says, how will we use that report? Okay, that's also important. Okay, so I think we have to learn this, and then eventually I'm sure, confident that we'll be able to prepare this kind of. Yes, please.
So since this whole work is purely based on extensive data collection, so based on your experiences with Ganga, I think it will be apt if you could share what were the difficulties you faced during data collection, because I think at this point, this information would be very useful for us, so that we can define our strategies in a proper way, so that we don't get swayed here and there, and we have a clear-cut idea what needs to be approached, because the time frame is also short, and we have to be very sensitive about the way we approach the authorities. So that I think would be quite apt if you could just share at least a few difficulties that you faced during your data collection period.
We'll do that definitely. And as I said, I will also share from where did we get the data, how did we get the data, isn't it? I may have faced a lot of difficulties, but that facility, once you know, okay, like for example, you have to reach to a destination, okay? The first time when a person reaches, he does all this kind of thing, but once he reaches, he knows what is the path he followed. So if that path is told to you, I'm sure you will not miss out on. So we'll do that. Okay, like for example, whatever work that we have done, and that's why like first we have shared the, Ganga Basin Management Plan, what are the different missions, what are the different things that is there. We have a number of other reports also, which are also time to time we keep on sharing. There is a number of issues that we have to learn from each other on this. We all may be experts in water quality, we all may be experts in, effluent treatment or sewage treatment or whatever. Yet, when it comes to giving recommendations, there may be different views on this. And if you understand, like yesterday we had a discussion about nitrogen and phosphorus, right? Okay, every one of us know the subject, right? Everybody knows what is the effect of nitrogen, what is the effect of phosphorus, what happens or whatever. But there was a lot of reaction to what I said, and But I think if you sit together, you'll understand why I was saying this and not saying that or whatever. Okay. So I think we will share that, and when you see the output and you will see their references and other things, you will get everything. And then of course we will have to keep on discussing on this. That is unavoidable. It is impossible that we will be able to finish answering all your questions or all discussion in such a short time of 3 hours. My idea was here only to just sensitize and initiate the process. That's the I by no way I hope or expect that we will complete this exercise today. It is impossible. If you have begun, I'm more than happy about it. And if I have been able to achieve this, that people are sensitized, asking questions, thinking about it, how will this happen, what way this happen, how can I do that, that's good enough for me. Okay, that's the expectation that I had from these two sessions. Yes, please.
For the fifth point, like river atlas is something which is well understood. But if you go for water bodies, and the second is what land use and land cover, the water bodies are going to change in terms of the scale of the mapping, what you do. In any of the river basin, whether you are targeting a big size water body, like a reservoir, a pond, or or even the small water bodies you are also targeting, because the mapping will depend heavily on what is the minimum size you feel that that should come in the atlas, and that will certainly depend upon that in what area you are having. And because if you are changing the scale, some of the smaller size of the water bodies will vanish. That is not going to appear in any of the atlases. So I think when you go for a river basin mapping for different features, you should also think of in terms of the water bodies, what could be the size. Secondly, in terms of the similar thing is the land use land cover. Some people may go for 20 kind of the land use land cover, somebody may go for 10 features, somebody may go for only 5. And when you analyze even the remote sensing data or the GIS data, you'll have a number of land use classes, but many of the land use classes are of no use in any of the application, you may realize, and that may not be even relevant for in terms of the river basin planning. So one should be also very systematic that how much land use or land cover and what kind of the land use land cover you are targeting, which is of significant interest in terms of the river basin mapping or river health or whatever the objectives you have in your mind. So that is what my suggestion, that you should come out clearly what kind of the land use land cover you want to target, and what is the minimum size of the water body you would like to map on in the atlas. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. I think it's not a good idea that this kind of message comes from the top always. Okay. It could be different for different. Like yesterday, again, I'll quote Kiswans. He said that whenever you collect the data, first be aware of why do you need data and what will you do with that data, right? And to some extent, this is what you're saying. If you identify 20 classes and I may not need 20 classes, why am I doing for 20 classes, right? But if I need 5 classes and then I only do 2 classes, that is also not a good idea, okay? So I think this all will come with, we understand and those issues, okay? Even like, for example, water bodies. When he made a presentation yesterday, exactly the same question I asked. What is the resolution? But then, if it does not satisfy, at least whatever big reservoirs or whatever scale, at least that data we should be able to take it up and then worry about how will I, if I want further lower resolution or lower size of data, if it is available in some different way, how can I get it? But that's easily available, so at least pick up that from this, and then the historical information is also available, that how the reservoirs have changed their shape and capacity and things like that, so we can gather that information. Some information could be available through local maps, because always there is some local mapping or whatever done. So I would not like to kind of, because some states may be very advanced, they have done. Some states already lot of digital information already, digitization, many things are available in GIS. In some other states, nothing is done. Okay, so if you uniformize, then even if it is done in some cases better, people will say, oh, that is not required, why should I worry about it? So I don't think I would like to go in that approach. But I think this is again will evolve over a discussion, right? You are also an expert, somebody else is expert. I can contribute my bit of it, whatever is understanding, but no way I would like to, if I can call it dictation from the top, that no, do only this K5 types, don't go beyond 5 or do this. I think we will come up with this, and that's the approach that we followed in Ganga Basin also. Obviously people came from things, somebody was on the other extreme, somebody was on this extreme, but then ultimately we found, okay, for this purpose. And one good example I gave you, in GRBMP, everybody wanted that we will do the nutrient modeling, water quality modeling, and things like that. At that time I said, I do not need any water quality modeling. First, you be sure about your quantities, right? Only then you can talk about quality. Otherwise, you will create some graph, some figure, makes no sense out of it, right? So first be sure about the flows and quantities. Only then you can talk about quality monitoring, nitrogen content and phosphorus. Otherwise, some graph, some number, some model will give some result. Okay, so that kind of decision we will take collectively on this, rather than just coming from the top. That's what is my submission on this.
Sir, myself M.K. Sharma from Institute of Hydrology. Sir, we have completed a regeneration of rivers, small rivers flowing through Bijnor district, Malin, Dhara and Bilani. And we have experienced that, as you already said, that Manrega DC is quite cooperating. He has done lot of help in collecting all the data covering all these aspects. So I would suggest that everybody who is working in this aspect, they should contact the Manrega people. They will definitely provide all the data related with these aspects. Thank you.
See, we have to use all these experiences, but in this respect also, one state may be so different from the other state. Okay, so yes, it is important to keep. We could get something in UP because of some, but that facility may not be available in, let's say, Bihar or West Bengal or whatever. So we'll have to devise, a situation-specific kind of strategy for all these kind of things. Okay.
Sir,
yeah, please.
I just had an observation about the point 2. The identification of critical stretches in all important rivers of basin and salient action points for restoration. Maybe I need a clarification, because this actually has to follow the data analysis, because it's based on the analysis of the data that we collect over the entire river basin and identify which stretches are more critical and what actions you have to take up. So maybe the timeline that's given to, I think, could be increased. That's what my observation
See,
is.
we have to look at it in a different way. If I have to give an overview, isn't it? Something I can rely on what is visible to my eyes. I don't have to wear glasses. I don't have to use microscope. If the problems, and these are the kind of things that, so we have, if I just walk through certain area, I see certain things. That kind of, the reporting on that is what is good enough in many cases, right? So when we say river at a glance, we say, you know, many of those things. You know, it just and many places you will find you just walk through or send your team or visit, or you just get the photographs of that. You are in a position to make a running commentary about that. So basically, at first stage, this is what we are looking for. Even that is not available to us in a very independent way or whatever. So if river at a glance or identification of this, I do not expect, yes, further confirmation of what actions is to be required. Like, for example, this is what we did with Manrega. They wanted us, so we said that we can't prepare DPRs for you based on this. If you want it within 1 month, you give us the DPR, we can't give you the DPR. But then I said, okay, we will give you which are the stretches which are silted, which are the stated, which are encroached, which are the stretches where there is the excessive growth algae, where the sewage is flowing. So those kind of running commentary we can give, and then you can, based on that, say, identify that this is important, then they can start work on that. So that is the kind of, so we have to go in an iterative way. Yes, I understand, unless I have full data, and this is the actual concern that the government officials would always have, because they have to show something in that. There's a certain funds that are allocated on an annual basis, right? And then they ask you, please tell us what we do. And then we say, no, I'll take 5 years to analyze the data, give the information. Obviously, he will not turn to you. He will do something. He has to do, because that has to be delivered. So we have to understand this kind of concept. And that's where I was saying the gap between academicians and the field. Okay, they have a compulsion, because if you look at it from the government procedures, right? If a particular concerned person who has been given certain funds, if he does not utilize, those funds are not utilized, he is given a certificate of inefficient officer. Okay, now nobody would like to that, he has to spend, and then we complain, say, this was not required, why? But then did we give any suggestion on that? Okay, so if he could not give, whatever he has done best to this thing. So I think this is what is the kind of learning. Not everywhere the wrong practices happen. Many times because they have to deliver on certain things. Okay, so we have to understand these kind of concerns, and if we can appropriately take into consideration, work together, I'm sure we will be able. Not all issues will be able to resolve, but collectively we'll do much better than what individuals can do. That's the idea about it. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So everything is revolving around data, so it is very important. So role of locals, actually what we call as citizen science or volunteers. So it is also very important because of considering that each river basin is unique, having unique characteristics. So local factors play a very crucial role. So if there is any provision of involving or using citizen science kind of approach for collection of data?
I don't think it is prevented. You have the freedom and flexibility to use that. Okay, there is enough provision available in the way that whole thing is planned. Okay, the details I'm sure you can look at it, but there is sufficient provision. We have included our experience on that, and accordingly only in consultation with the with NRCD officials, we have made sufficient provision. That's why you see why budgets are kept for this head, that head, that head. And where we think is not going to be useful, we have not given, though institutions may like to say, I want to have atomic absorption, I want to have total organic carbon analyzer, because carbon in water is very important, determining heavy metals in the water is very important. But we have used, because earlier whatever data that I had about heavy metal, if I have not used it, what additional measurement I do it. But as a researcher, I would always like there should be a ICP, ICP-MS, GC, all available in my life, so my lab, so that so we have to work out. If we can do this, that will also come automatically. But we have to have a patience. Right? We have to earn that. Nobody is going to give us freely that. That we need to understand. Okay, I think we are almost coming to the end and we have to close it also. So I'm sure I was not having expectation that I will be able to go through this, but even discussion on this 1 or 2, 3 points and various aspects has given enough indication. And if you suggest, if you require, we will again organize one or more such discussions, either before finalizing it or whatever, we can have online or whatever. But unless until people participate, we are not going to do that. So that seriousness is what I appeal to you, that we have to find a common time. Okay, otherwise, I mean, as it is, otherwise it is very difficult. If you are for some reason not able to give time, at least nominate somebody, because this exercise has to go on. We cannot just wait that we get a common date only after 6 months just for discussion. That will not be practicable. So either at some time we decide this, and then most of you give this priority and participate. For some reason somebody cannot participate, at least have somebody else, and that's why I said we do not rely. This is a mechanism that we are creating. It should not be a one person dependent, because one person may always have something or the other, but institute should always be represented. Okay, the team should always be represented, and whosoever is representing the team should have enough information. And that's why the sharing of everything within the team is important, because one person may always have a difficulty in not it, but anybody else attends, he can then represent it. So that if we follow that kind of approach and mode, I'm sure we will be able to resolve that, because we may have to have almost regularly meetings, okay, but then there should be participation from every group. If that is there, then at least the message goes, information of flow from this side to that side and that side to this side happens, and we are able to move ahead and that. Okay, so I think with that note, I will close at this point of time. I'll request Ashok Kumar ji to give his comments if he has, and then Pradeep ji.
Thank you, sir. In fact, the idea of taking the learning from the Ganga to the 6 river basin is very helpful to the country as in a whole, and especially to the states through which these rivers flow. Now, I can tell you from my experience that biggest difficulty in moving this is data. And rightly we are having such a good discussion here, and lot of apprehension has been expressed. And the reason is that data is lying somewhere, but it's very difficult to fetch it from there. Like we have a data of Parambiculum Aliyar for the last 52 years. But if you ask me to have a time series, I don't have. So digitization of data is equally important. So I feel that when we are designing all these things, we should also keep some component for digitizing the data. Regarding having a stakeholders, yes, that is also very important, especially the departments, like government works on the rules of business, and therefore the revenue people will be controlling the sand part, LSDD will be controlling some other natural resources like wetlands, maybe ponds. So getting all these stakeholders for a common purpose is a challenge. And therefore my suggestion will be that first we should have some coordination committee where all these interest groups are represented, and discussion happens, and they're also taken on board. Otherwise, this becomes a very fragmented exercise and sometimes very frustrating exercise also. But be that as may be, I can foresee that once this comes up, definitely the whole river basin will get a very scientific kind of uplift, and we can manage our water resources better for the public and for the development of that basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tare, and all the participants for a wonderful interactive session. And government or ministry is very much keen to go ahead with the river basin management plan for all the 6 rivers. And once the formalities are done, we will continue to have such interaction because the sensitization of all the institute is very much necessary, and the experience sharing of the Ganga management plan will be done so that the institutes are find it easy to prepare their plans, and we'll look forward such interaction in future as well. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Can I request backstage somebody to present the we can also give one copy of the management plan to the, of course it has been shared, but I think it is good that if it is there on your table, you can refer it or your section can refer it, and so also you, so we can share one copy of each with the Officially, this copy has been sent to chief ministers of all the states, okay? And whichever department wants, we can always share it, okay? And in IITs and NITs, I think it has been sent to the directors of all IITs, but now you have one copy which you can access, but that copy I'm sure it will be there in library somewhere or the other. If needed for the larger, circulation you can. And then, of course, everything is available online as well. We can also, no, that's enough. Jalaj wala hai na?
multi-day conference is the last stretch, but I'm delighted that all of you are here. Some people are still enjoying their gulab jamun, so I don't blame them, but you know, we'll try and get them in as soon as we possibly can. So slight change in the order. What we thought, because the two events are connected to the same tree, we'll do the valedictory of both IWIT and CITIS together, starting at 3:15. But one of the key discussions we wanted to complete in this session for CITIS, which was originally scheduled as the valedictory, is the principal aspect or the core aspect of how do you make climate technologies ubiquitous, available everywhere for the benefit of course, the nature, but also the benefit of the communities. And I'm delighted to have a very esteemed set of panel members with me. On my extreme right is Mr. Guneet Banga, who's an executive director of the Caravel Group. Guneet flew in from Hong Kong and somehow managed to break his leg again. So Guneet, our apologies for that, for pushing you in harm's way. But we'll get through this. Guneet's a seasoned venture capital and is very, very passionate about climate change, both within his group and in the wider network. So thank you, Guneet, for joining us. Michael Buki. Michael's been a dear friend. Michael's a counselor at the European Union delegation to India, or to New Delhi. The mission has been associated with us for a very long time. We already have an MOU under the India-EU Water Partnership. We have numerous collaborations at the EU level, but also at member state level, as well as at company and institutional level. So Michael, thank you for joining and support you've given us this far and in times to come. On my left is Samir Rastogi, who's the managing partner of India Juris, a top legal firm. Samir also is deeply passionate about how do you mobilize finance using innovative structures, and is a member of various angel investor networks and communities, and has also been a great supporter of our cause. So thank you, Samir, also for joining us. So why we kept this session at the very end, we started the CITIS theme with why the integration of policy, of technology and finance is critical, is of prime importance, because there are gaps if there are gaps in any one of those camps, the entire value chain does not move, right? And I use an analogy of a 10 paisa fuse in a car which has 4,000 parts in it. You take a 10 paisa fuse out, the car does not move, right? It's not that the car will move sluggishly or erratically, the car just does not move. And the same is true for dissemination of technologies. In many cases, right at the beginning, we highlighted the policy barriers on sludge. There are great many technologies, the business case is well established, the use case is well established, but there was no bridge between Department of Housing and Urban Affairs, Department of Ministry of Jal Shakti, the various municipalities, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. So, and of course, at the highest level, the Exchequer, Ministry of Finance. So whose responsibility is to build those bridges, right? So that's why the 10 paisa fuse analogy, if not that policy is a 10 paisa fuse, but a critical component getting missed, the entire value chain just stops, right, or doesn't move. And we spend a lot of energy
in trying to say, point the obvious, hey, there's an obvious need and an obvious solution, but someone somewhere has to take the responsibility of saying, we'll stitch it up together. Now, if policy, technology, and finance starts to sync with each other, and that's our ultimate goal, the next moral imperative and obligation is to make sure that all these technologies don't just sit in pilot projects and demonstration projects, that we actually scale them up, right? And in scaling, and it came up in the discussions yesterday, in scaling, I think a lot of the technology community are saying, or the industry is saying, no, government has to finance, government has to finance. And Minister Gadkari, right at the beginning, debunked this particular notion. Government does not have to finance the whole thing. Government has to enable it. Government perhaps can subsidize to a certain extent for a limited period of time. There cannot be an infinite subsidy. But the market is deep enough, right? And the representative from the G20 policy division in the transport sector session we just had categorically said that the biggest asset that India has is our consumption power. So if we are able to convert everything as a service, right, the consumption power will create tremendous economies of scale. But converting everything as a service requires different thinking around financial models. Venture capital, Guneet, you and I have spoken at length about this. Venture capital saying, look, there's a new asset class, there's a new investment class that venture capital is ready to back, and that's the infrastructure investor, infrastructure venture capital, right? Because the ticket sizes, the investment sizes are larger than your normal startups, right? And we are talking about proven technologies. We're not talking about creating, developing new technologies. There's abundant technology available in the world, right? EU alone spends, I don't know, Michael, you would have the absolute figures, but nothing less than 100 billion euros on through your Horizon 2020 types of initiatives and other initiatives on innovation, right? And I see that in US, I see that in Japan, I see that in UK, I see that in other countries. But I also see a footnote, or more efforts need to be made on commercializing these technologies. More efforts need to be made on translating innovation or fundamental research into applied research, right? And typically governments or public financing says if the technology is proven, reach TRL level 5, technology readiness level 5, now private sector should take it up. And private sector says, well, we don't have a single reference site. So you're saying the technology is proven, it's proven in the lab, not in a commercial setting. So many of those technologies fall through that cap, right? There has to be greater partnerships because climate problem is not unique to India or unique to Europe. It's a global issue, and we need to not reinvent the wheels. Technologies you've already developed, let India give the market access and create that market access, what we will discuss, and vice versa, right? India gives the scale, right? We had minister from Slovenia yesterday, and he said, well, Slovenia is just 2 million people, and if a technology is developed, okay, EU is a single market, but I speak to many Slovenian companies, they're a little bit afraid of going even beyond Slovenian borders. So if access is given, market access is given, and not that market access is not available, if market access is enabled, streamlined, smooth, and lowering the friction of tech transfer, then it's a win-win, right? Because as you bring scale, the technologies become affordable, right? Now, talking of friction, so that's where our partnership with the EU is very, very important. So talking about friction, Samir, a colleague from IFC said in the beginning that financing is a continuum, right? Every stage of the risk, right, requires a different investor class, right? There are other legal structures, compliance structures, financial structures that kick in. India has established Gift City as a framework to enable more and more financing to come in, not just in the startup stage, but also how do you scale those technologies? How do you bring access to, enable access to large-scale private equity, large-scale pension funds, right? So the entire ecosystem has to support the financing continuum or the journey from start to the scale. So the idea behind this particular panel and what we are trying to do is that India is in a very, very unique position next to China. I'm not saying ahead or behind China. Next to China is on equal footing in the terms of size of market, right? I gave that example, give it frequently. If, India and China are the most populous nations on earth. If you take 1 billion people out from each of the countries, they're still the most populous nations on earth, right? So the size, the consumption size of these markets is huge. India has its own peculiarity, China has its own peculiarity, right? How you bring solution to market, right? A lot of the companies face this problem when they're coming in, that, hey, give us an opportunity, and we've discussed that ad infinitum, and that's why we have the ETV program of giving them an opportunity to demonstrate and showcase their projects so that they don't get lost in the government procurement. And again, this issue came out yesterday's panel. Government procurement is very difficult and very difficult to understand for even Indian startups, let alone foreign startups or new disruptive technology providers. So, so the idea of India providing that huge scale, and when you bring economies of scale, you take solar or telecom tariffs, we are the lowest in the world. Why? Because of economies of scale. And that's what we need to be doing on technologies in water or waste management or food and agri or green energy, hydrogen. India's backing green hydrogen from ahead of the pack. But we need access to technology because developing a technology takes 10, 12 years, right? Translating that and commercializing it take another 5 or 7 years. So we don't have time because of the climate challenge ahead of us. So we need to accelerate this process. And if India creates that pull effect using its scale, right, we can create a win-win paradigm. So how do we do that is really what we're going to try and bring out during the discussion over the next half an hour or so, 40 minutes or so. So starting with Guneet, Guneet, what has shifted? I mean, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, if you'd spoken to, I think COVID had something to do with existential crisis. But pre-COVID, if you spoke to a lot of the venture capitals, they would say, well, if it's got anything to do with the government, we're running away from it because we don't understand that risk. But government happens to be the biggest buyer and procurer of the services, the climate-related services. So is there a shift, paradigm shift? If so, why is it happening now? Who's leading it? So your experiences on this aspect.
I think if you look globally and India, it's, sorry, can you guys hear me? Yep. Globally and in India, I think it's a very different story. I think in the Western world, people are much more willing to partner with the government, and there's enough examples of special interest groups and pushing policies that are beneficial to a degree, but the scale isn't there, right? And then when they try and deploy it overseas, they charge an arm and a leg, so developing countries can't afford it. I think what we're seeing now here is India is becoming more and more attractive as a generation, and our company, we've built ourselves on doing business with China for 40 years. So, very senior connections. They have turned absolutely insular. We were actually divesting from China because the policies there are so unfriendly to international investors. The risk is so high. you said they're equivalent, India and China. I would disagree. I think in the next 10 years, India will overtake China from a consumption basis, a GDP, or 10, 15 years, GDP basis, and I guess global influence basis. So that's all great for us. The problem is that we lack the trust of the international investment community given the very public, large scandals that we have. And I know that's not par for the course, but it's something that sticks in the craw, right? When you go back to the Kingfisher, and now most recently with the Adani, and whatever the facts are, it doesn't matter. It's a perception issue. So one thing that it needs to continue to do is build up credibility. And how do we do that? We show them successful transactions through a program that we've developed. You and I have been working pretty closely on how we do that and bringing in foreign companies, getting them to vouch for us. I think speaking to large institutional investors, which we have been doing, but the issue is scale, right? How do we get BlackRock to put in $500 million, for example? We accelerate development of something that they're interested in, right? So, having these conversations alongside as we are building this is something that we're going to need to do, along with the FDIs. I think you're going to have many, and I disagree with another point you made where you said different investors at different stages of growth. I think there's a lot more gray now. So you've got VC who are playing in the growth stage, growth who are playing in PE because they've got larger funds, they have more access to capital, and the top performing ones will have the right. So it's actually pretty simple. We set up a framework as you've done with the ETV, and make it clear how you get approvals here, provide guidance and strategic, guidance to new companies, European companies, or America, whoever it is coming in internationally, and show success, which then breeds success from across the world, right? Same time, we've got however many technologies that are ready to go. How do we select which ones are most relevant today, and which ones can wait a few years? I think that's going to be crucial because investing in or bringing the wrong technology to the market at the wrong time, it's going to be a disaster, right? Europe and you know more about the Europe and India partnership than I do, but I think a lot of European families that I know who have invested in the sustainable space are looking to invest in Asia, particularly India, because of, like you said, the scale of the consumer. 450 million people between the age of 20 and 40, and that's going to grow by 300 million odd in the next 5 years. So, largest consumer block in the world, right? If you can meet their needs, you'll meet the needs of the world anywhere. And another thing is, if India doesn't get to net zero, the world doesn't. That point is absolutely clear, and it needs to be made clear to decision makers across corporates, across DFIs, across institutional investors, across family offices. And yeah, while the government may provide policy, it's up to companies, private entities, and funds to actually lead the way. I presented last week about what needs to be done in India by sector by sector, leader by leader. There's zero collaboration and coordination, whether in countries or globally. Except for, one industry which I know well, shipping, Maersk is leading the way in coordinating global investments, global solutions for issues around the maritime sector that they may not even benefit from, right? And bringing in other people. So having sort of sector by sector groups led by industry stalwarts that kind of decide, here's what we're going to do, because they know the industry better than the government does, and then they go to the government for the right policy. So there's ways around this. It's just a matter of willpower and a matter of getting the capital. The capital's there. India gets 3% of ESG assets a year, which is just ridiculous, right? 22% of capital. So how do we get that to 22% of the population? How do we get that up by, more attractive policies? Gift City is one. What else can we do?
Right. Thank you, Guneet, for those opening remarks. And I take your point on if India doesn't get to net zero, the world won't, right? Because again, the sheer number of people that we have, and we have to again make those technologies affordable for the world to get to net zero. Michael, if I may come to you next. Guneet mentioned 2 points: perception issue from outside in. Is that really a big issue if from a European perspective you're looking at India, or underneath the perception issue there's also the friction that Guneet alluded to and I alluded to, that it's difficult for companies to come in. What are your experiences?
First, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to address the room and for meeting my fellow panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm an outsider. I've been in Delhi for only 3 years. I'm under the impression that technology transfer is what everybody wants. I'm in charge of the sustainability section within the EU delegation and working with my fellow colleagues in the EU member states embassies. And whenever we met a senior official on any of the topics that we are in charge of, things like water, circular economy and resource efficiency, climate, energy, cities, agriculture, and biodiversity, the conclusion of all of these high-level official meetings is we should help technology transfers. But in truth, the technology do not belong to us, do not belong to the governments. It is quite obvious they remain, like most of the capital, in private hands. So the only thing we can do is to work towards enabling environments. And when we get to the nitty-gritty of the enabling environment, I think we are in a situation of having once been confronted to an emerging giant and entering into a lot of technology transfer that did not turn mutually profitable. We basically built competitors for ourselves without much return. So I think this fear is still looming over our side. And on the Indian side, I often feel that whatever is proposed in terms of easing those technology transfer is perceived as having a selfish agenda. So when we say that something is for the common good, for achieving the SDGs, decarbonizing or making things more circular, we are welcomed by, yeah, but sure, maybe it's more beneficial for you. I mean, there was a recent example with plastic. I think the submission is public, where what is considered as an alternative to plastics has to be watched very, very closely to make sure that we are actually able in India to do it. And it's fair. I mean, it has to be profitable for the Indian industry to produce alternative to plastic, but it's not the first question that we have when we try to end pollution. So sorry, it's a long circular answer, but I was this morning at the launch of this idea that was initiated by the G20 Indian presidency of resource efficiency, circular economy, industrial coalition. And so we were thinking at what are the benefits of such a coalition. It's something that is purely industry-led, that was launched at global level, that is very inclusive of big and small companies, but it has a very strong Indian heart. And they were discussing how can they contribute to a global discourse. And one of the things we came up with is that what's important is to agree and acknowledge on the division of labor. As governments, we set very high and often very long-term ambitions of fully decarbonizing, of getting rid of all plastic pollution, of all deforestation, to name some topics for which we are known. But when it comes to actually making it pragmatic, making it inclusive, making it affordable, it comes to the private sector initiatives. And the result of that is that we tend to be a bit self-censoring ourselves and not trying to bind the private sector in one direction or the other. But actually, I think there is a lot of value in binding sometimes. If you bind in a way that makes it predictable and reduce the amount of uncertainty, if you bind in a way that makes things more interoperable across sectors and across borders, I think it's actually for the benefit of the investors. We had one phase, looking back to EU now, we had one phase where we were trying to develop organic farming. And it started with a profusion, a multiplication of green claims, that all food was greener than the next. And at first, it picked up very nicely in terms of market offtake. And then it plateaued because the people didn't know whether that shade of green from Germany was better than that shade of green from France or Netherlands. They just got lost. And we came in and I'm not saying that the scheme was easy, but the end result of the scheme was one label. Either you were organic or you were not organic. And from that point on, the consumption of organic product went on. I think it's more or less the same crisis of growth that we are going through at the moment. We need a simplification of what is considered a green investment. And I'm not too concerned that it will happen because the number of options is getting smaller and smaller every day. The carbon space is getting smaller. The land that is usable for producing any type of feedstock for any type of fuel is being more limited. I mean, the productive land. The energy is getting more expensive. The raw material that are needed for pretty much any new technology are also getting increasingly scarce. So those transitions will happen just by the sake of they are necessary for the good functioning of the economy. But if we can like sketch the trajectory and make it more easy to anticipate, not only for the businesses but also for the buyers, the suppliers, and the public procurements, I think there we have an added value. So there was. I'll finish on that. When we were discussing about the mission life in India, lifestyle for environment, at the early stages of that, as they were prepared between the Indian presidency and the UN, they said first we change demand, and then we change supply, and then we change policies. I think the prime purpose of policies is to change demand. So it's really a circle. We have to inform and empower the consumers and the buyers so that they're in a better position to recognize, oh, that technology, that's actually what I need. That's actually what has, if you take into account the triple crisis, pollution, climate, and biodiversity, if you take the three of them, that's the one which actually fits the best the kind of problems they have. So educating the people who are making purchasing decisions, be it for a household or be it for cities or a country, I think it is what matters most at the moment.
Thank you, Michael. So you're saying legislate demand somehow, and if you legislate demand, the pull effect will bring more focus, razor-sharp focus on the commercial viability of these, because there's guarantee. And in doing so, if governments can step in early and give a guarantee of the offtake and guarantee of the demand, if not ad infinitum, but for a specified period, stipulated number of years, then investors have that confidence that, look, there's clear visibility, there's, I know the off-taker, I know the price points, and I'm happier with lower returns, but I want definitive returns, right? Is that?
In a way, yes. I mean, I don't say we should regulate demand, but I think we should empower and inform in a way that they train themselves to make better decisions. The incentives, they can be catalytic, but they will be short-term. I mean, if you look at the state of the world, the public finance are exhausted, and if anything, we are cutting down on debt production as much as we can. So I don't think there will be, you can count on infinite pockets of climate finance or biodiversity finance or anything. I think it will be market forces in the end that will play. But for sure, we need at least the incentives to be aligned with a long-term consistent vision.
Sure.
Long-term and holistic.
Sure. Thank you. Samir, your view on how do you kind of reduce this friction, right? And you see it from a very different lens in terms of the regulatory environment, in terms of the policy and its application or limitations, right? So what are your viewpoints?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here at this forum. And before I go into what have been asked to me, but I'll just give my thoughts on technology transfer commercialization. I'll tell you a real incident. In 2007, I acted for a UK-based renewable energy fund who invested few millions in a biodiesel generating company in Uttarakhand. I'm talking about 2007-8. They invested few million. It was producing from waste 40 TPT per day. And it was going very successful. What happened? There was no regulatory framework on the selling of biodiesel at that point of time. And a successful venture died away. Investment died away. And everything was wrapped up. So first of all, for any technology or anything or any climate change, we need a very clear regulatory environment, which is already pointed out, but I'm giving an example out of it. So when you talk about commercialization of technology, in all sectors you will not find technology advancement equal. It will be, in some sectors it will be more, some sectors it will be less. For example, you have biotech, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. These are at the going very rapid, some may be less. So technology transfer, another thing in technology is whether are you able to discover this technology. If you go to, I have been associated with IITs, if you see the amount of patents which IITs have filed and they have been granted, if you see their booklet, nobody would know what kind of technology we have with us. And if you start looking at the patents granted to IITs and other institutions, you will find so many things, so many problems can be resolved, but nobody knows it. So I think that is one point, that technology we already have that need to be showcased. The business world, if the business world know that that kind of technology or things are there, so it can be put to commercialization. So probably that is also, we should know. I mean, there was a, some time back, there was a tech portal which was sourcing out the technologies from every corner of the world in different areas, pharma, bio, climate, and everything. And they were put on the auction, and the people can go and buy and find the patents and everything they can see, they can auction, they can buy. So there was one of the mode where you can buy technologies commercialized in any zone. For example, if some company is getting wound up, so they will buy their technology, put it to the world, and they can buy. So that kind of system still requires to be done. So that is one way of discovering good technologies, putting it to the business world or to the investors. Now talking about any kind of advancement of technology or commercialization would not happen without the investment by the private equity funds or any investors. Investor need to see what kind of business it would produce. I mean, they would obviously like to have the profits out of it, and they need to have a very specified technology, and their proof, scalability, and all those aspects need to be there. So if we have that kind of system where the investors are sure of the technology which is there, and that can be put to the use. So for that environment is built up, I think the technology can come in. As you just mentioned about Gift City, so for global investors, Gift City is one of the attraction where the regulatory framework is very investor friendly. Funds can come in there, they can pool in the funds over there, they can invest in various other structures in India, across globally. So that is, which India is also promoting, and it's of global standard. All regulations are of a global standards. So as far as technology is concerned, implementation of new technology would have ethical concerns also. If you talk about climate change, renewable energy, so there are ethical issues also. So that has to be resolved. When if somebody is putting a huge solar plant, huge land acquisition, if you would have seen the Jetrofa, which there was a few years back. So again, ethical concerns also, all those things. What is the perception of the public on a particular thing? Suppose there is a technology advancement in the area of agriculture, the public may have a different view to it. Investor may have a different view to it. The government may have a different view to it. So all has to be aligned. So all those things are there. I think for getting technologies and commercializing them, you need to a very balanced approach. We need to have a very balanced approach between profits and the sustainability and the climate impact or the social impact. I think there has to be a balance between the profits or the financial success and the social success. I mean, then only would take it to the next level, I think.
Samir, thank you. You said information asymmetry is one such reason why technologies don't commercialize effectively and efficiently. But I'll take your last point and cue from your last point that investors are looking for profits. If there's 100 rupees available, right, on the table, or rather, it costs 100 rupees to fill this glass of water, and I'm only willing to pay 45, right? How do you bridge that gap, right? So, and the analogy is that the central point or theme to the climate debate is who pays for climate change, right? We are used to burning fossil fuels. Fossil fuels, Michael, we all know, get large amounts of subsidies, direct, indirect subsidies. Government's concern is, well, okay, solar energy and certain renewables have become now cheaper, but they are not 24/7 power. They don't get your vehicles moving. So to ask people to buy more expensive energy form is not going to work because it'll lead to green inflation, as they're saying. So how do you make, so fundamental question, how do you make technologies cheaper when they're not, right? So that is what we are trying to, what pillars, policy levers and instruments and structures we have, because we can't wait for 10 years for that technology to get cheaper. We don't have 10 years, right? There'll be a market, technology will evolve. Classic case in point, green hydrogen, no one's buying because the cost differential is huge, right? So government comes along, which I know it is, looking at mandates, but mandates will only move 5 points, 6 points, 7 points of the market, not 100 points of the market, right? That is not going to stimulate and spur demand. It will give some positive indicators to the investor community that, okay, early projects will come in and government's ready to spur demand. But for wider benefit of the society, you say triple crisis of pollution, climate, biodiversity, unless we get the rest of the 99% of consumers into the mix, what's the point, right? So why even show up to the party is the most fundamental question. So what levers are available? Michael, I go to you first from a policy standpoint, and then we'll look at what capital levers, financial levers are available, and come back to Samir on how do you legislate and push that out.
Well, that's not an easy question. I can tell you how we tried and do it, for example, for electric cars, since you took it as an example. We started by imposing stricter and stricter emission standards on the new generations of cars in order to be able and allowed to hit the road in Europe. And then over time, we finally agreed, and it was just a few months ago, that 100% of the cars should be electric by 2050. So we set a mandate, but we set a mandate with such a long-term perspective and such intermediary milestones that it was possible for the people and the industry to anticipate. So it's not like the machines immediately turned green. Is that in parallel to selling large, heavy, lucrative cars that they had been doing in the past with ICE, they started to sell a small fraction of green cars that were at fleet level, offsetting part of the mandate. And then over time, the share of the electric cars grew up, and now it's growing very nicely. Thank you. And it took. I mean, there was of course a lot of pushback because we were touching at one of the literal engines of European engineering. So I don't think it was an easy decision, but the value of it now is obvious. I mean, those companies that started to work on electric cars, they can not only sell it in Europe, but they can also sell the technology or keep on improving their technologies with partners abroad. So definitely, I think policies and standards matter. But if you take the particular case of India, I think once you have a good standard, once you have a good mandate, you need to have in place the conformity assessment and market surveillance that is able to follow up and make sure that there are no trespassers, if I put it that way. So implementation, monitoring, reporting, and verification is important. And where I see a silver lining for India is that it already has excellent digital public infrastructures. And so it enables the improvements, the cyclical, periodical, stepwise improvements to be made at the scale of the country very fast. I mean, it's not like you have to ask everyone to pass a new legislation every day. It's that you can have very quickly technologies in place that can pass this information and compile this information digitally. So I think for that reason, India has a particular card to play and a particular card to sell, because the Indian stack is, if I understand, is how is it called? Open access, open license.
I agree with everything that's said. It's going to be a very challenging proposition. And from a capital markets financing perspective, I think what you'd mentioned, that getting everyone aligned and profits and impact being managed the same, that's not going to work. Because people, if that's the goal we set, profits will always come first. It has to be impact first and profit later on. Right? We look at it, I mean, the way I look at it is you're investing today as an insurance against the future, because if you don't, you're taking a risk that your company's gone. And, you know, just look again at the example of shipping, which we know, if, you know, companies aren't measuring their scope 1, 2, 3 in the next 2 to 3 years, they'll start being dropped by, you know, Maersk and BP and the other large companies. So it's a risk. It's an investment, right, in your business. It's not a risk to invest, which a lot of CEOs, CFOs, and boards think it is, right? That's an attitude that has to change globally. It's starting to happen, but there's not enough pressure on them to kind of do this, right? Everyone's still concerned about quarterly to quarterly profits. How do we change that mindset? It's going to be difficult. Some companies are starting to do it. Let's see. Secondly, I think an issue that we face is banks today will not finance, you know, coal and coal, iron ore, nickel, all these other mines, but they also won't provide financing for green projects. So, you know, companies are kind of left in a lurch as to where to get the money. Again, that's a policy thing that the government can mandate, that there has to be a certain amount of, if you know, you're raising, you know, coal mine, like for us, we ship coal, so our cost of capital is up, you know, 140 bips in the last year, which should translate to that, you know, going into green projects and things like that. But until that's done, we're not going to have enough capital to scale quickly. Thirdly is, especially in India, the VC early stage market is not regulated well enough. It's not, there's no oversight, there's no disclosure really, and people can get away with pretty much what they want, which we've seen. Now, how do you change that? You've got to get the government involved and institutionalize that market, make it sophisticated enough so that international investors want to come in, right? And I think the final thing I'll say is there is, you know, being in Hong Kong, having a fun, and there's so much capital waiting to come into India, but they just are waiting for the right structure, the right people, the right team, the right policies and framework, right, that they can trust that when they come in, it's not going to be a disaster as it has been in the past, right? So it'll happen sector by sector, I think, but I actually think between now and 2030, you'll see a massive acceleration in deployment of capital into India if we can get the Gift City plus other incentives for companies, right? So, for example, the waste sector, where you're paid, if the companies are paid per ton of waste they use, if it's used in a sustainable product, right? So things like that, other policies that provide benefits to companies, that's another attraction, which they're not going to get the scale of the market, right? You have to be in India if you want to grow your company. How do we make it as friendly as possible? And I don't know the answer for every sector, but there is one.
Thank you. Samir?
So as far as I will speak on the financing of my views on putting up how to get the structure for financing of climate change related projects, maybe a green hydrogen or something. So just taking an example as a green hydrogen. So if you talk about any kind of project has to be put for green hydrogen, it would be a huge project, maybe 200 million, 300 billion kind of project would be. And to get a financing for that, it's a challenge for the promoter of such projects. But one of the main challenges, you have huge financial institutions, they will definitely back up such projects. But they are not sure whether this project is viable, the technology is fine, what is happening and what. So what I had proposed is one of my presentations earlier, I'm just trying to share with here as well, that we make a fund which is the investment committee of the fund is highly technical on the subject of climate change. We are talking about climate change here at the moment. For example, a project is a 100 million project. The critical thing is when he goes to a financial institution for getting a debt for it, they will say, okay, you get your 20%. Where is the promoter's contribution? You get the promoter contribution, we are ready to give you 80 million, you get 20 million. That is the basic problem with most of the big projects. So now getting this 20 million, the promoter equity is a challenge. So when we say we make a fund which is highly technical, who has the whole expertise on the particular subject, if there is a project, promoters are coming out with such project, they can go to such fund or such entity or the financial institution, which would say, okay, we have done your project and they see the project, everything is fine. We are ready to fund you that 20 million. And with our term sheet, our terms of this 20 million or 10 million, 5 million, he can get other equity investors and then he can go to the financial institutions. And the financial institutions who are ready to give 80 million, they would know that this kind of expert fund they have given the term sheet. They would definitely like to close the 80 million transaction as well. So if that kind of system is set, I think it can really turn around the projects, big projects like this. And for the investors who are investing in this promoter equity fund, they can be traded, their units can be traded globally on different exchanges. Whole world can participate in such fund. And it can create a huge wave on that. And that is one of the innovative structure which I have suggested to some people in Gift City as well. So I think some innovative things has to be bring in to get the investors to the table.
So Samir, if I take a dedicated sector specialist fund, right? Or even going down to a technology specialist fund, right?
Yeah.
And that gives the confidence to the investors and the broader market participants.
Yeah, maybe it may be a sector wise, and within sector you may have a renewable energy or hydrogen, and because the technology in each sector requires a specific, whether it will work or not, that's a big challenge for any investment guy.
Great.
Whether this technology will done, it will be commercialized or not, it will reach to the last customer, last mile effectiveness is there or not. So you need a specialist for each and everything. When they are on the table and they certify, okay, this is this, then perhaps most of the people would come to invest on this.
Great, thank you, Samir. So we've covered a very, very broad range of subjects, from regulation, how to spur demand, what are international investors looking, what can governments do and private sector do to attract that kind of capital. But there is no simple answer to this question, how do I make that technology affordable? Preet, if I may allow some of the participants to ask questions and then we can respond.
One area in India which is absolutely not pulling their weight is the corporate sector, where there needs to be a lot of pressure put on them. 2%, 3% on CSR and relatable. they need to get involved in corporate venture capital for sustainability, and
got it.
We've got to pressure them.
Got it. That's finding more money through different channels. I'll just take a couple of questions from the audience if there are any, either a comment, suggestion, or a question to a specific panel member or panel as a whole. Please. Could we have a microphone, please?
Yeah, mine is not a question, but a comment on my experience on what is called technology. Technology is a misunderstood word in the country by technical people. I'm a scientist, basically, working in the environment field for the last 27 years, highly technical, and still I'm making this statement. Technology level, readiness level is nowadays being understood, and TRL1, that is just a POC, is being called as a technology by academicians. And therefore, we do not have a trust, and rather there is a trust deficit between industry and the academia. That need to be removed first. Second point is, as you said, the technology cost is going to be high. I used the cell phone in this country in the very first batch, where outgoing was 32 rupees and incoming was 16 rupees. And that's the cost generally technology has when they're at the inception level. So the cost is, we should not bother too much on the cost in the beginning. Gap viability fundings are there. There can be mechanisms to find it out. Technology will only become cheaper or affordable when it comes into the field. That's my comment on this.
Thank you. I'll just react to that. Problem sometimes is if the consumer is happy to pay that 32 rupees, that's fine. But if government is expected to pay that 32 rupees, there'll be a problem, right? So bulk of the climate initiatives or environmental, the actual buyer of the solution is government at a central level or a local level. You want?
One thing, it depends on the technology, what thing it is addressing. If it is addressing a big pain or a big convenience to people, suppose it's a cancer drug, so whatever may be the cost, if it is effective, people will buy it. So say cell phone and air, it has just changed the world altogether. So anybody paying 32 rupees would have nothing for the business guys who would be using at that point of time. So it would depend upon what the
which is the point. Yeah. How do you bring it down to a level where everyone, 99.99% of the people can consume it and appreciate?
How people should feel that climate change is a pain for them. So when they feel it, then it goes well.
I wanted to react on that and the fact that IPR, I think, is the bedrock and foundation of such like a fair benefit sharing arrangement. So if we are talking about many of the technologies that we are using in Europe and that may be of relevance to India, if they are made more affordable, it doesn't happen naturally. If we could have made them affordable from the start, we would have. We did it because that was the price point that was working at the time of their creation in Europe. So now if we have to reopen the box and improve and take certain components out and bring new components in and make it a new product that works in India cheaper, I mean, if it works cheaper in India, it will work cheaper in Europe. So we are happy to do that to do together, but then who's responsible for the end results and who's to be made and who's to be rewarded for the end result is a super important question for being able to invest, be it public or private money, into the endeavor. So that's something that is important. Another point that is, I think, in my heart closely related to that is that as you go through the readiness levels, that questions become more and more complex because there are more and more parts and moving parts in the system. So the intermediary between the IPR type of questions and ownership down to the mandate by the policy that the technology should achieve that level of performance is the voluntary standards. And this pre-normative standardization and the enabling environment around pre-normative standardization, I think, is an important key. If we start to have a common understanding of what are the criteria to be met and how meeting these criteria, how compliance is to be demonstrated in practice in order to be counted as a green technology, as a green solution that is helpful for the common good. Once you are building that environment, it also builds the environment for mandatory compliance down the way.
just going to, quickly touch on what you said, Michael. I mean, you want to make it cheaper, you come here, manufacture in India, right? You get the components, you get everything, exporting will be cheaper, and you can add significant value to the social and governance side of things in terms of how you run corporations. The thing is finding the right partners, getting through that, but that's a process we're starting now, right? So a few test cases, get them working. Another thing that I think is massive issue is the actual definition of impact. There's no standard definition, right, which creates confusion, where you may think one thing and other countries may think another. That you can't compare, right? And until there's some agreement, which hopefully we'll reach soon, everyone's going to be kind of doing their own thing, focused on certain different areas, which may or may not overlap, right? And there's too much talk about disclosure, data, and this and that, as opposed to what's the problem and how we solve it, right? I think we're getting too data heavy and less solution heavy, and that needs to change quickly. Otherwise, we just lose time.
Great.
That brings a memory to mind. I was involved in the negotiations that led to the Paris Agreement, the Climate Paris Agreement in 2015, especially on forest carbon and forest offsets. And so we were discussing reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation. So that was a very interesting, exciting topic, and pretty much everybody in the room was in agreement that there should be some sort of a mechanism for countries that are emitting too much carbon to pay countries that manage to reduce their emissions from deforestation and degradation. Everything was well until we touched upon the definition of forests. And then some people consider that a palm tree was a tree, whereas some people, plantations were by definition outside of forest, and so on and so on. And I think if we had stayed at the level of defining a forest, we would never have reached any sort of agreement. If we had tried to define the fair price of carbon, we wouldn't have reached any sort of agreement. So that's where I put the limit between this burden sharing I was mentioning at first. I think we can draw a line, we can draw a direction of travel, but those texts that you have in a multilateral context, they are always built in with a significant amount of constructive ambiguity, it is called. And so it comes down to entering into a bilateral relationship or a region-to-region relationship to flesh out those bones. And that's what actually happened, not directly. I mean, it happened in bilateral terms between certain countries, but it happened a lot in the voluntary market. So the companies that wanted to offset their emissions, they had to put actual terms, and we did it at pilot scale in a carbon fund under the World Bank, and I was one of the members of the board. And there we went way further in the definitions, and actually I think those definitions had as much as an impact, if not more an impact, than the Paris Agreement in terms of defining exactly what type of mitigation was acceptable. So I think it's just an example, but if you transfer it to the notion of technology, I think you have to start by very broad agreement of the definition of performance, which are too broad to be operational, and then you have to come to the level of bilateral or commercial agreements.
Great. Can I just want to, I've been told the next session has to start. One last question and one last comment, and then we'll wrap up.
Actually, a good point you just made, and we work with a number of development agencies who have various activities around sustainable development goals. Where is a carbon trade, carbon sell market, in your opinion? Because I've spoken to 6 different people out there, and they've all given me 6 different answers. So from an industrialist, from someone in policy, someone talking about Indian tech and bringing it all together, if someone can give me an answer on where they think it is.
I can give you an answer. I have no idea if it's actually realistic or not, because there's no agreement, right? Across industries, across governments, across uses. Hopefully we get there, but right now, like from a shipping perspective, I can give you a carbon price, right? From a coal mining perspective, your carbon price, but those aren't the same as other industries. So, I mean,
so
just one last question. If you
Sorry, do you want them to finish first?
Sorry, let him finish the answer then. Michael.
Well, I'll give you an evasive answer. It took a while for us to set up the European emission transfer system. And we didn't get it right from the start. The idea of it is the cap and trade is very simple to explain to a school of students, but when it comes to actually making sure that what is traded is true and it can be tracked between the transactions and so on and so on, it took us a while to figure out. But the hardest part is even to the cap. I mean, the trade is complicated enough. It's basically a new policy-mandated, policy-driven scarcity market. But the cap, setting the cap at such a level that it can help stabilize the price and how we use the proceed of that trading, it's an experience we are willing to share, and we are engaging in conversations to the extent that the Indian government is interested. But it's not something that happens overnight. It's a process of stepwise improvements. So I don't know where it is. I mean, it's not for me to say, but I can tell that it's a journey. In itself, I think it took us 2 decades to get it about right, but it's a.
I have to now, signal that the DG...
Sorry, if I could just from Samir, I'm really interested from a legal perspective where it is, because it's an answer I've come for to this forum, and I still haven't been given an answer that I've understood. I've had yours, but just very quickly, Samir, a couple of seconds.
So as far as you're talking, if I understand correctly, you're talking about where the carbons are traded or where I can sell?
How is the old market ecosystem of carbon trade, carbon sell?
So carbon trade, to what I understand, I'll go back again, 2003-04. At that time, they were traded on exchange. You get carbon credits, and then it went down. And at the moment, what I understand, you can directly do a deal one-on-one with the corporates or between the companies. So if you are awarded certain carbon credits, then you can have transaction with the...
No, sorry, I understand, but is the ecosystem working in your
So
opinion?
yes, I'll
Thank you.
absolutely tell you the pointed answer.
So
There's a voluntary market, there's a compliance market.
Yeah.
Compliance market does not exist in India yet. India is moving towards it. Hence everyone's doing voluntary market, which is the over-the-counter trade. And when it's do so, the price of the credit is $2, $1, 50 cents. That's it per ton. That's it. That's the answer. So unless we move to compliance markets, we're not going to get the true price of carbon. So everyone's gaming the system and trying to extract. So those people who are buying credits at 50 cents should be buying at $50, right? So that's the answer.
You need an iBanker for this.
DG says has come, so I have to bring this session to a close. Can I have a round of applause for the panelists? I'll try and I promise I'll sum it up during the valedictory session of what came out of this session, right? So everyone will have an opportunity again. So thank you once again, and we'll start.
Well,
okay. So do you want to carry on, or then why don't you join and then we start the valedictory?
well, I have a question.
Okay.
It was a very nice deliberation. All of you talked about different financing models. Just I'm to know that India is very necessary for PPP model financing. If you see the maturity curve, I think India is in a very nascent stage. We have adopted different models like hybrid annuity model and all. But just I want to know that how better risk sharing should be managed. If we see most of the infrastructure projects that is cost intensive, and later on we see that there is some sort of hurdles and it doesn't get completed well within time and cost. So what model of financing can you suggest so that it can be accelerated in India? My question is that.
I'm going to be honest, we have not done PPP models in India since 1999 because of the struggle we've had, right? There's too much government bureaucracy, too many players trying to game the system. There needs to be a serious overhaul of the whole sector, right? And people don't pay attention to regulations, there's no oversight, under the table money. It's got to, everything, disclosure is one thing India lacks across the board, right? And if it's there, it's not reliable, right? So until that is solved in terms of real disclosure of what companies are doing, where they're spending money, how they're spending money, what the government's spending money, then you're not going to have a clear pathway to develop a project, right? How do you do that? You've got to petition the government, and then there needs to be consequences to people who are not abiding by the disclosure and the regulatory requirements. Because we all know, I mean, let's just look at emissions. 2% of companies are disclosing emissions. The Tata Group is not, for example. I mean, when people like that aren't even doing the bare minimum, then how do you expect to do a project without hiccups and roadblocks and things like that, right? I think it's all part and parcel of the same problem. Until all of this stuff gets resolved, you're not going to have a smooth pathway anywhere, and it's going to take time, as everyone has said, to resolve every issue as it occurs. And it's all new. We've never been in this situation before. I don't know what problem is going to come up tomorrow. All I know is climate change is accelerating. We're going to see more and worse effects of it, and we need to act, right? So the urgency is increasing, and the problem is people don't seem to realize that. Everyone's too concerned with the profits they make. Well, not everyone. The vast majority is concerned with today and not 20 years from now. And that attitude, I don't know how to change it. Somebody else here know? You know?
No, I don't know, of course, but I would suggest to think about how you assess a tender. Start from that. If your accounting is over the full life cycle of the project, and if your accounting is for all the value derived from the infrastructure, not only financial and economic, but also social and environmental, I think then the type of partnership you decide to enter in may change. And so this capacity for the people that are putting a tender and responding to a tender to take into account those very diverse dimension of performance, social, environmental, I think is what's absolutely critical. And that's what brings me back to standards. It's impossible to imagine that any official will know all the latest regulations and all the latest definition of what is green or not, socially acceptable or not. So there needs to be someone who's in a capacity to compile this information into a standard and give a compliance yes or no. If that's not in place, then you will end up with disappointment and surprises a little down the road. And it turns out that pretty much every study I've read, maybe it's a selection bias, but every study that I've read is that those that perform well from an holistic point of view, including social and environmental standards, tend also to do better in the long run economically in terms of cost saving.
I'll just share on this particular thing. See, as far as infrastructure projects are concerned, you would have seen Mr. Nitin Gadkari sharing many times that there is no dearth of money for infrastructure projects. Aaj ki tarikh mein, if you see, you will hardly find any infrastructure project stuck because of money. There is no dearth of money. For infrastructure project, the only issue is whether it would get stuck because of some political hurdles or some social hurdles. Nowadays, if you see, the Indian government has put political system so fast that none of the project you will see is caught up because of political or social system. Everything is cleared immediately. As far as funding is concerned nowadays for a PPP or any kind of project, now even municipal corporation, they raise money through bonds. The government is raising money through bonds, and the units are listed, even people are participating. So in infrastructure projects, big foreign investors are ready to invest because in their countries they don't have any return. Here you are getting 8%, 9%, 12% on an infrastructure project, which is a huge amount. So for infrastructure project, there is no, in today's I can say there is no project you will find which is stuck because of money. There may be some other reasons. But for money, there is no dearth of money, and it is easily raised through various bonds and through listings of those bonds, and people at large are participating in these infrastructure bonds. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing, just real quick? I think one thing that we are missing is that people aren't adequately accounting for transition risk and physical risk, right? And that's what's causing a lot of problems in infrastructure, which we need to start to do and price into the costing of the project. Because if you're not doing that, you're not planning for 20 years, right? There's going to be physical issues, storms, floods, fires, whatever it is, right? And the cost of transitioning a business into a sustainable business. Those risks are really not being priced into.
Just quick, basically the gestation period of infrastructure projects are high, right? So that's why there is a chances that it causes a kind of arbitration and kind of dispute, right? So what should be the redressal mechanism so that better dispute resolution can be done? That's also my questions added to it.
See, as far as dispute, if you see already in infrastructure projects, government has already laid down how the arbitration will take. There is a different whole booklet on all the agreements, bid documents. You will find full detail how the arbitration will take place. The only thing, the arbitration takes time because of certain dates are there, maybe the dates are not put in that way and the documents are not available that fast. And that's why it is taking some time. Because, for example, if you do some project, maybe after the project is finished, and at the delivery point of time, you are again coming with that some road was built 5 years back, and the potholes were not there in this defect removal time, you are claiming making certain claims. So if you are going back to that period and searching out that data, getting at the officer who was working at that time, so and people get retired, so all these things are take time mostly wherever the government or other infrastructure projects are concerned. But if the things are digitalized, all documents, the reports of the concerned officers are digitalized, they are kept in ready. So wherever a new person is coming and doing those particular projects, they will have all information. Because we do a lot of arbitration, and getting the information is a big problem because the officers at that point of time are not here. Nobody is able to tell what was the exact situation at that point of time. So reading everything from paper is not, will not give you 100% picture of that. So if it is kept digitally, so I think government is moving towards that. And sometimes you find the files are not there, are not available. In one of the cases, there was a fire, so files were burned. So again, the lawyers can't do anything on that particular thing. So if things are digital, then I think it will make things very fast.
I think we can now finally close this session. Otherwise, we're not going to solve the world's problems in 90 minutes. But I hope you got a sense of that making technologies affordable whilst challenging, but is not impossible, right? The idea is to reduce those frictions, but enable the markets. The moment you enable the markets, the consumptive power kicks in, and consumptive power leads to economies of scale. So, so that's the idea behind this particular approach, what we call the AAA declaration, AAA, and first A means how do you access technologies from around the world? It's not easy to access those technologies. The second is making those technologies affordable, which means finding how do you make in India, how do you indigenize those technologies, and third, stimulating the market to make the technologies available. So we'll formally launch, I'm announcing it now, but we'll formally launch the declaration on our website in the coming days. You'll all get an email. It's an open charter. Anyone can subscribe to it and support the movement of making technologies affordable and available. So that's the idea behind the AAA declaration. And please join us in increasing this particular movement and helping this particular movement deliver real impact and real change. Guneet, as you say, stop measuring it, just get on and start doing it. So on that note, please join me in thanking the panel with a round of I'll now request the last set of, if you don't mind going back to the front row. I'll request Dr. Tare if there's anyone else you want to invite for the last valedictory session, or it's just us. Sandeep? We forgot one very important customary activity to. Rupika, could you make sure our panelists get their respective gifts and token of appreciation? Thank you. Dr. Tare, you want to start there?
किनको यहाँ पे ही बुला सकते हो, तो अब तो कोई है ही नहीं। ओके। Good afternoon and welcome to the last session of the Twin Summits, India Water Impact Summit and the Climate Investment and Technology Innovation Summit. I think we had 3 days of extensive deliberations, long days. So we do not want to take more time. We quickly go through what we did and what we achieved during the course of the 2 summits. So first I'll start with the India Water Impact Summit. This was the 8th edition of the India Water Impact Summit. And then we have the first edition of the Climate Investment and Technology Innovation. We started this journey way back in 2010 with the preparation of the first version of the Ganga River Basin Management Plan, which we call it Ganga GRBMP 1.2, and we are now almost ready to deliver on GRBMP 2.0 within a year's span or so. And we have traveled this journey from GRBMP 1.0 now to delivering on GRBMP 2.0. In between, we started this forum, which was primarily to engage with all stakeholders, brainstorm with stakeholders, and then develop this plan dynamically, get ideas, not only just on making the plans, but how to implement them on ground. So we started the first IWIS in 2012. That was during when we prepared the Ganga River Basin Management Plan by the consortium of 7 IITs. Then we had second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh versions of the India Impact Summit. What we learned during those summits is when we are talking about Ganga rejuvenation or restoration, what actually we mean. So after a lot of deliberations, this is what we arrived at, that we have to make sure that all our river systems remain capable of delivering their processes and functions. And that is what we call this concept as Samarth Ganga concept, that the rivers should remain capable, Samarth in Hindi or Sanskrit, whatever you call it. And to do that, we need to strengthen 5 pillars. Okay, and those are the pillars that you see. The central pillar is, of course, the economy around river. And this is what our Prime Minister also has been saying, that why are we conserving and restoring river? Of course, it is good to see clean rivers, neat rivers, but then unless until we talk about economy around it, it's not going to work, right? So our target has been to restore and conserve river so that it increases or contributes to our GDP or adds to our GDP by about 3% or so. That's the idea, okay? So central pillar is, of course, Earth Ganga, and the remaining 4 pillars, the left 2 pillars is what we want to achieve with respect to rivers, that we want to make them flow, and the quality of flow should be commensurate with what is required indigenously at that particular location. And this cannot be done unless until we have good understanding of the river systems, and that's why the Gange Ganga, our knowledge about river systems is important, and certainly the public participation is important. So other pillar is the Jana Ganga. So this is the concept that we actually evolved during the 2nd to 6th India Water Impact Summit. Slowly and slowly, after deliberation, consultations, this is how we came to. Then we looked at what is it that we have to deliver on this. Now the government has been saying that we are fulfilling the 5 essential P's of that. And what are those P's? The government says we have political will, okay? They also realize, and of course we have been discussing about developing markets and other things, but in this particular sector, there has to be a lot of public spending, okay? And this is how the markets can also be developed. So the second important P that the government is talking about is the public spending. The third important thing is we need to have international cooperation partnerships. So the third P is about partnership, which also by and large is being delivered, okay? And the fourth P is participation of people, okay? And the last P, all these things are not going to happen overnight, so we have to do it again and again and again and again, and we have to have pursuance on that. So these are the 5 Ps. Now after we listen to the government side and what they have worked on, these 5 Ps, we also realize there are other 5 Ps which are important, okay? And those 5 Ps we discussed in the 7th edition of the IWIS. That is, we need to have policies, we need to have programs, we need to have plans, and ultimately the action takes place on the ground through the projects. And in all these things, it is the people who are involved. And unless until we bring in convergence in all these things, we are not going to succeed. So that is what we discussed in the last summit, India Water Impact Summit, that how we understand this issue of divergence and what can be done to bring in convergence. In fact, there were examples, and I always quote, last time when I was organizing this particular event, we were trying to invite the government officials and other things. And then at one time, from one ministry, the two secretaries agreed to come and participate. But the moment they came to know that the other one is coming, the other one said, no, I'll not come. So if we have this kind of, issues, whether within the same ministries, two officials, we cannot bring them on the table, how can we bring, various ministries and other things together? So that's really a challenge, and we need to work on that. And that is why that was a very important thing, and we are slowly working on that. Okay. So now we realized that when we want to deliver on rivers, this is what we had to deliver. We had to deliver Samarth Ganga. And when we say Ganga, Ganga is not just that biophysical entity that we are talking about, which originates from Gaumukh and ends in Ganga Sagar, but Ganga is a spirit of rivers in this region. So all rivers are Ganga for us. So we are not changing the name, but we mean that all rivers are included in the system, and that's the reason now we are starting on other rivers also. In the earlier versions of the IWIS, we used to run 4 tracks, A, B, C, D. The track A was essentially more on science, policies, technology discussion, okay? And track B, C and D were more on finance, economics, business, technology, innovation, and things like that. And that was more for how do we ground our policies, plans, for which we need to have a mechanism. Then we realize that those B, C, D track on their own, and of course international cooperation, on their own are quite big enough, and that's why we need to have a separate, and that's why from this year onwards, we have started the first climate investment. And all that protection of river system is all about investing in climate in a way, directly or indirectly. So that is how we have. And as part of the Climate Impact Summit, we also have designed an ETV program as part of IWS earlier, but now we will manage it through the second track, the second summit, and that's where it was listed here. So we had presentations, so new technology, which we are bringing it from the world over, so we initiate them, and then we take them through a process so that it can be now, it can be scaled up and adopted and scaled up in Indian situations. So these are the 2 summits, and those were the issues that we talked about in detail during that 3 days. So far as IWIS is concerned, the 8th edition, as I said, convergence is essential. We recognize it, but practicing it is a grand challenge, and slowly we have to address that. To do that, we discuss some of these issues. One of the things that we talked about is rivers alone cannot be managed unless until we manage the land part also. And that's where we said now we have to talk about Samarth Ganga as well as productive law, because the problems of the land are from the water, and problems of the water are from the land. And the solutions also lie with each other. So we need to take that together. So this we started last year, and now we are slowly going into the depth of that. It's also important to talk about the lifestyle and the economics around rivers, so that was also a issue. We also realized that we need to have a pool of digital tools, and we should not be repeating or reinventing the wheel again and again. So we need to have a platform wherein we have, and it is in this context that we have initiated what we call it as Global Coalition for river science and management. Okay, and we are also starting its headquarters in IIT Kanpur, creating an infrastructure, and slowly we are. Within India also, we are building up this framework. We will have number of institutions joining in that particular thing. And so the last theme was essentially how do we transfer whatever knowledge that we have or the concept of Samarth Ganga, how do we induct that into the other river basins. So these were the 4 themes for the India Water Impact Summit. And very interesting things have come out after the discussion. And one of the things that we realize that we not only have to learn new things, but we have to unlearn some of the concepts that we had earlier. Okay, so that's why I put that quote. For future, some of the things we have been doing, probably we are not ready to leave it. And it's time now to also understand that if we are not doing, accept it, unlearn those things, learn new things, and then restart and so on. Okay, so we have to make sure that the land and water are connected. And very interesting thing came out of all this, though we were trying to look at 1 or 2 specific issues. For example, one of the important issues, everybody is aware of this, in this region, in November, December, we face the problem of air pollution. And the problem essentially originates from the agricultural side, okay, or at least exaggerated with the agricultural practices. So we have a lot of crop residues, and because we do not find how to, we do not have way to utilize it in the limited time, the easiest solution that comes to mind is, and what is being practiced is, burn it. Okay? And that's where we debated. So this was one challenge coming from the soil side and getting into the air and water side. Okay? So we thought we should debate it. And another thing that we looked at is, from the water side, we produce a lot of sludge. What should happen to that? Should that go to the land? Those are the things we thought 2 issues are related to land as well as with water. And very interesting thing, though we may have several options of doing the same thing, and these are the statistics and the data information that is available, and we came up with recommendations for what to do with sea. And almost there was a convergence in the sense that everybody agreed that the STP sludges ultimately should find their way on to the land, but not in the form of land filling, but in the form of land application, so that we make our soil healthy. Normally we look at whatever is applied to the soil is in the form of fertilizer. We forget that organic carbon, carbon content in the soil or organic matter in the soil is also important, and the sludges can do that job well. Okay, so it is important to recognize that and not look at sludges, STP sludges as fertilizers, but can look at as soil conditioner, so it can prevent the loss of topsoil, or at least can. Same thing is also true for crop residues. We had an extensive discussion, and it was realized, like what we talk, and very interesting concept came up, like we talk about the environmental flows, that we have to leave certain amount of water of particular quality into the river for the sake of river. Here also a very interesting thing comes out. We look at whatever comes from the agricultural produce, we think it is for our use. But it is also important that certain part, the soil has the right to use it. And unless until we return back that to the soil, soil will not remain healthy. So similar to the concept of environmental health, we also have to make sure that the soils also have certain right on the organic matter, on certain materials, and that has to be given to them. And it is in that context that the crop residues, which we think we can use it, we can burn it, we can get energy, we can get fuel out of it, but if the soils have to be kept productive, the right of the soil also has to be given to them, and some portion of that material has to be kept for the sake of soils. So that was it. And it is from that point of view, it was suggested that like what we have policy for the water policy, we also have to have a soil policy. Okay, and for different, like we say, environmental flows are different for different rivers and different stretches. So also for the soil, we have to have what should be the real content of the soil in different regions depending upon different types of soil. And ultimate objective, for example, in case of rivers, we talk about river health. So we should also be talking about soil health. Okay. And soil health means many things. It's not just the physical structure, not just the chemical structure, but the microbiology or biology of the soil also is important. And unless until we see that microbiology, which in terms of rivers, we talk about keystone species or indicator species. So also in the soil, people have said, unless until we see earthworms in the soil, we will not be able to say that the soil is healthy, no matter whatever test we do, physical, chemical or whatever. If ultimately in agriculture, cultivable soil, if we see those earthworms, we can say that the soil is healthy. So that is the concept that has come, and I think we need to pursue that further. Another important thing that came up is how do we monitor what kind of progress we are making in terms of things. So a comprehensive river monitoring scheme that we discussed, and it was found that like we ultimately had to, we may have sensors or whatever, but ultimately we have to go for gathering information from stakeholders at large, and have to have advanced technologies used. How do we collect, gather, and then analyze this particular information and make it available for various. So these are the major highlights of this. And then for the global and for this monitoring and getting the international practices, we have to have a kind of coalition, and that is what we initiated that yesterday. So this will be done from Indian side. We will do it from IIT Kanpur and from Slovenia. We were the two founding members, we can say, of the coalition, and slowly many other partners will join us in this coalition. That was the one activity that we achieved, and these are the objectives of the coalition. You will find that on our website, and slowly. Another thing is, as I said, one of the objectives was to ground these solutions. So we have been working on bringing new solutions, scrutinizing them, helping them to work under Indian conditions, help them to develop their business under Indian conditions, and 3 such solutions, now we have been able to ground them almost, and we can say that we are ready to scale it up. One such solution is for the agriculture side. So we have been working on soil-less agriculture, membrane-based agriculture, and we not only learned about that, we indigenized it. We have piloted this in Pune on a relatively big scale. We have now almost done all the calculations, and it is a business on its own. So we can use even barren land. We can do even this kind of agriculture in the urban or rooftop also. So that is something which is a very innovative. It saves on water. So with that, so this is the first kind of solution. Those of you who have visited the exhibition, there was a stall, and we have the person who has grounded this in our condition, and now we are ready to scale it up. We already have a proposal to do this at a large scale, and once that gets implemented, we believe that this would be a very useful thing for us to get some of our needs fulfilled, and also make our farmers income. Our objective is to at least have 50,000 rupees per month per acre of income for the farmers from 1 acre of the land. And those are the calculations we have done, and we believe this will happen on its own. So that's the first solution. The second one, we worked on the decentralized wastewater treatment system. Again, we brought that solution, helped them in bringing it, adopting them in India. We have tried this on a pilot scale in Pune on a reasonably big scale. About 2.5 MLD plant was installed, run, and now we are ready to adopt it on a regular basis for the plants, and we are almost in the process of negotiating with the government to have that plant set up, and I hope that will be a game changer when we want to apply the decentralized wastewater, want to clean our drains. The main constraint was the space, and this particular technology requires 1/10 of the space that is required for normal treatment plants, and the energy consumption is less, if not more than that. Okay, is less or at least comparable to the plant. And the third kind of solution that we have is the use of end-of-the-life tires. This is also an environmental concern, and this is also a solution now we have almost advanced, and we are ready to scale it up. So these three solutions we are ready, and I think Sanmit will take on from here to explain how we will go further.
Thank you, Dr. Tare. And as he said, the ETV program has been running for some time, and now we are turbocharging the program and DG sir said it yesterday that Sri Ganga is grounding 3 technologies this year, and the list is in front of you. So we finished the phase 1 of the ETV, which is successful demonstration of the technologies. The commercial model is now ready and acceptable to government and wider stakeholders or potential buyers of the solutions. And now the task is they enter the phase 2 of the ETV program, which is how do you get scale. So just to celebrate this this important milestone, can I invite each of the technology candidates to come up to the stage and receive their completion certificates from Dr. Tare, starting with Ganesh Kulkarni of Mebifam. We have a photographer, please. Sandeep, up. The second is Smart Ops team, Liam Ryan, Priyesh Patel, and Minesh Patel. Can I ask you to come up to the stage and receive your certificate? This is for decentralized wastewater treatment. Last but not the least, Imperium and Hamelman for for end-of-life tires recycling. Thank you.
So as part of our regular activities, we have been doing and producing number of reports. So this time, as part of this Impact Summit, during the last 1 year, we were working on preparing River Atlas. In the last year, we released the River Atlas for the state of Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh and the basins within those states. This year, we have worked on the state of Bihar and part of Madhya Pradesh. So we have completed the River Atlas for the state of Bihar and basins within that like Kyol, Punpun, and the Ken River Basin and the Sindh River Basin. So these are the river atlases. We also have been working on the issue of sludge, STP sludges, and we have been working in collaboration with the Norway. They have supported this study, and yesterday only again we released this report of STP sludges in India, what kind of strategies and recommendation, and some of those recommendations you saw in the earlier presentation. So that was the activity. Now going ahead, we need to be more professional. So Gange has to be more professional. So we are now looking at delivery through a professional foundation. So we have established a special purpose vehicle for this, which we call it as Samarth Gange Foundation. And of course, Samarth Gange Foundation has many other initiatives. Some of those are listed there. Like whatever we discuss here, how do we ground them? So we will also initiate now the National Soil Regeneration Initiative. We will also have the National Water Market Initiative, and we have just started the global consortium of, for river science and management. And for that, IIT Kanpur has signed an MOU with the Samarth Gange. So we'll be working on behalf of the Sea Gange through the Samarth Gange Foundation and provide all the professionalism that is required over and above the knowledge and the strength that comes from IIT Kanpur and Sea Gange on this.
So, as Dr. Tare mentioned, we just, to operationalize a lot of these policy recommendations and initiatives, grounding of these technologies in the ETV program, that was well beyond our mandate, right? Our initial scope, if not so much the mandate. And we were hitting a continuous roadblock of how do we create an enabling vehicle through which a lot of these recommendations that all of you are suggesting over the last few years can actually get implemented. And within the existing academic system, it was not possible for us to do it, and neither it is in the government. So we needed an autonomous vehicle, not outside, with still a very strong umbilical cord to Sea Gange and to IIT Kanpur and to NMCG. And that autonomous unit is the Samarth Gange Foundation, and its charter very much is what the Samarth Gange framework or Earth Gange framework is. So is to operationalize and implement a lot of these initiatives. The ETV program has also grown leaps and bounds and many folds. We started our journey with a very small workshop, a session in 6 years ago, to now over 50 technologies that are going through the process, and we were also again struggling with the rate of acceleration that was needed to what we were able to deliver, because we didn't have the processing capacity, right? And the Samarth Gange Foundation will become that vehicle to increase the processing capacity and to give a new narrative to our expanded scope, a new nomenclature to our expanded scope. The Samarth Gange Foundation now launches in a rebranded format. The ETV 2.0 program will be kind of delivered through a special initiative called Bharatiya. So Bharatiya is the Bharat Technology and Impact Accelerator, and which will run as a brand name, as a program center of the Samarth Gange Foundation under Sea Gange. And again, you will listen and hear more about Bharatiya in the coming weeks and months. And a couple of our advisory board members, so we're all on the board, including Sandeep, but also Mr. Rajiv Kapai. Rajiv, if you just don't mind standing up, and Mr. Jazz Soul, who was sitting earlier, are also on the advisory board of Bharatiya, and they bring tremendous expertise, experience, but also unlocking significant amount of capital. So Bharatiya will be partnering with the gentleman who was on my far right, Mr. Guneet Banga in the previous panel on a special financing and investing joint venture and collaboration that we can fund many of these ETV technologies and not have to always resort to market other forms of financing, because that takes time. So if we have our own discretionary capital, we'll be able to move a lot faster. So again, an announcement is going to be made in the coming weeks and months. So look out for that. So those are the sort of big initiatives, and I already mentioned the AAA declaration that will be also rolled out under the Bharatiya and Samarth Ganga framework. So that's the very essence of this new enterprise initiative.
So this is all about the India Water Impact Summit, the 8th edition of it. Now we will move on to what happened during the first Climate Investment and Technology Innovation Summit. So I will request Sandeep to give what happened in the session 1, 2, and 3, what kind of technologies and presentations, the new technologies were initiated as part of ETV, and now what we call it as ETV 2.0 in the name of Bharatiya. Please, Sandeep.
Hello, good afternoon. So Dr. Tare has already explained the ETV1, the ETV2 is what we are starting at this moment. We already have almost 50 odd companies who we have met and heard. And this time, 8 companies made presentation. And what I'll do is I'll just go through very briefly in next 5 minutes what transpired. So the first presentation was made by a company called Hydroloop, and it is about extreme decentralized water recycling solutions. It's largely for apartments, embedded systems in the apartment, but it takes care of bathroom water, but it doesn't yet take care of the kitchen waste, which has got oils, etc. But they are working on it. So they are already present in India. Most of these companies who have come in are doing excellent state-of-the-art work and very gung-ho about growth in India. And we are very happy to note that everyone is now really looking forward to massive growth and using India as a crucible for solutions in the global south. This is what we have been talking. The second company was Park Environment Tech India. They presented about closed loop wastewater treatment for recycled paper industry. As you would know, paper industry's wastewater is very toxic, and they are working on specifically for recycled gattawalas, as we say in Hindi, the paper. So in India, they are working on 23 odd sites. Although India has a capacity of sizable work on 700, but they're working on 23, and worldwide they're working on 1,500 installations. And their experience is a very fragmented industry. It'll take 2-3 years for this to consolidate. But this is actually solving the circularity initiative. So the third presentation was done by Vivin. It's a big group, $8.8 billion group, and it is already present in 100 countries with almost 22,000 workers. So this is already a well-established international group. So they are working in stormwater and sewer solutions, water and gas distribution solutions, indoor climate change climate solutions, drinking water, etc. So they said they are pioneers for introducing vinyl pipelines, which we call CPVC now in India and across the world. So they have got 16 manufacturing plants, almost 100,000 plumbers they have trained across the country. So this is good news because we need a huge amount of vocational training in our country. So and it should expand. So I requested them to share what type of training programs they're doing, and we'll see how we can take them. The fourth company is Plenis BV. It's now we are coming to digital part. It's about real-time water quality monitoring. And I like this word which I wanted to check from the internet, IOUT, Internet of Underwater Things. IoT we know, Internet of Things. But this is a new nomenclature which I've come across and learned, and they said, well, they discovered it. So I asked them whether they have patented it. So they said they are well on the way to do that. Internet of Underwater Things. So they are doing a pilot. They will do a pilot with NMCG for wireless water quality monitoring in Patna. And there were a lot of questions from Dr. Javed and the panel. What ultimately, how they're going to do it, wireless underwater, does it work, whether it is successful, etc. They said that it's an experiment. It has succeeded well in some of the pilots in Netherlands, and it should work in India. So let's see how they also claim to calculate 16 parameters. So that also we would like to learn how they calculate BOD, DO, and 16 other parameters through this wireless technology. So we'll see. So it must be working. So it will be great once we get the results with the Patna pilot. Excellent. The fifth company is RHDHV. It's a well-known company, been in India for many years. And they presented about Narida technology, which they have partnered with Viatech Wabag. But unfortunately, in last 8 years, there have been only 2 installations, and they have not moved beyond this. So we did ask why this has not happened. So there was, it will happen. It's an excellent technology. We know it as technologists. But it's somehow not expanded because there is always a debate between exclusive technology agreement versus multiple technology partners. So it works and it doesn't work. So there's always going to be a debate on this. And they have developed an AI-powered system called Aqua Suite, which is into analytics and autopilot, and some smart optimized solutions. Now there is a huge number of applications which I will not share with you, but they have started implementing in India. The sixth company is Colson. This is part of our ETV. Mr. Samir Khan is not here. I can't see him. So they are working on in two areas, sludge to energy, and they have another technology called digest mix. So it's a digester mixing and through heating. So we had questions on how does it compare with Cambi, etc. So they also have a pilot with IIT Roorkee. It's working and they're part of it. Let's see how we progress on this. So it looks, because it's working pretty well in Holland, and Mr. Samir is well known to us. So let's see how we can support it. Let's see how the results come out. Then the next company, 7, is Solidarity Debt. Yeah, it's an NGO. They are working on multi-stakeholder areas, mostly into pollution prevention and basically supporting circular economy. So they are addressing water, air pollution. They are working on reduction in water use using state-of-the-art solenoid valves, then new flow meters. Then they are working on tallow extraction plants for the tanneries in Kanpur. They have something there. And they are using tannery sludge to make paver blocks. That was an interesting part, where the entire sludge is used for making paver blocks. Similarly, they're working in the textiles industry, and they are also using the sludge part, which is a little less than the leather industry. They're also making paver blocks. And they have a lot of skilling programs. So they are very much into skills and capacity building. So some of the programs they would share with us as if they're part of our this thing. And the last company was BioPetroClean, and we know them. So they made 2 presentations. One was based on Israeli technology. It's about, they have a 3 pillars process, which is about process automation, advanced biological treatments, and they have software tools which is into business intelligence with AI ML. So there was a demo, so looked good. They also have an ACT bioremediation process, and they with chemostat. So this is about it measures nitrogen, phosphorus, and also microbial growth. Now we have to see. So we saw it because in 20 minutes you can't see everything what it does, but they are welcome to show us how it works. Then they are doing pilots already. They are already doing pilots in India and GIDC, Naroda, and other places. Then there is the second presentation by the same company was about Purebi, which is about data-driven excellence, which is cloud-based analytics for improved sewage plant performance. Again, a lot of parameters, hundreds of them, how they do it, etc. They did give a demo, and we have to see how it works. Then they are also into cloud-based analytics. So, you see if a lot of companies in this area are very quickly moving toward for data extraction through sensors. But then sensors, again, always it's a debatable thing, how it works. And also towards using AI ML for a lot of applications which are likely to come in. So I think this was excellent, and we will evaluate in detail. We have all the presentations, and then we'll depending on the merit and how whether they tick the TICI, and then we'll call them for presentations. Excellent, because what we saw was a lot of energy. We gave a lot of time, and the growth potential is infinite. That's what we see, and they also feel the same. But they have to prove because there is a lot of competition, right? There is a lot of development as we're talking, and some of them are using India as a laboratory for further R&D and further development. So that's what it was all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. And finally, on the CITIS themes, we started the day with the second day with the inaugural or plenary of CITIS with Secretary Madam Devashree Mukherjee and the Minister of Science and Innovation from Slovenia, along with other panelists representing the investor community, and also DG Sir. And the resounding message there was, whilst both government and the investor community are very keen, and industry is very keen to collaborate and push through innovation, the real risk for government is, what if the innovation does not work, right? So whilst government saying we are very happy to support the innovation aspect, but there's no guarantee, and if it does not work, the current bureaucratic setup or the civil service evaluation setup is quite punishing, and civil servants do not want to stick their neck out. So that's why the framework of the ETV program creates that highly confident and trust-building bridge between the two parties. The governments know the technology has gone through a particular process. It's been evaluated thoroughly from all angles: technology angle, operational angle, legal, commercial, financial, and impact. And like we've taken the three technologies that you've seen through stages, and once the companies start to demonstrate their efficacy, solutions efficacy, it becomes a lot easier for governments to then say, yes, it's ready for mainstreaming and scaling up. So that was the sort of main message in the first session. We then started the thematic sessions: water, followed by energy, followed by waste, and today followed by food and agri, and finally transport. And the recurring theme across all of the sessions was, in the initial days, as the technology is new, the government's ability to create a market is of significant value. And by that I mean, so for instance, if NMCG is the guarantor of payment, only then the hybrid annuity projects started to roll out. Otherwise, the developers were not very keen forget the developers, the lenders were not very keen to even give money to the developers because they thought there was significant risk. So, so creation of the market was a resounding message across all the 5 thematic sessions. There were a number of other ideas that came up, and very quickly on the water side, the most popular idea was creation of the water market. So we looked at how decentralized wastewater treatment solutions can create the water market. We've demonstrated a technology. Now we need to create an interface between the technology and the market, and that's what we will be discussing and debating in the coming weeks and months. Followed by energy, that we should not just look at, of course, solar and wind are great, but we need to also give enough space to new technologies or solutions that are proven but yet kind of stumbling. So, for instance, biofuels and biogas, we need to put a lot of weight behind these solutions. Green hydrogen and even concentrated solar power for storage, energy storage should be promoted. Moving on to waste, again, the markets was the biggest focus area, and standardization of waste, creating a commodity class, giving it an industry status, bringing it under priority sector lending were the main issues or concerns and recommendations that the investors suggested. This morning on food and agriculture, the 2 big ones were market linkages for farmers, and or rather 3 big ones, using new innovations to increase farmers' income, like the one we've just demonstrated, and finally on the sludge side, creating a national topsoil rejuvenation mission was also the biggest and most popular idea that all of the investors in the room backed. And then finally on the transport sector, there was a big focus on infrastructure more so than the actual EVs or green vehicles that enable the infrastructure. And again, new disruptive solutions are coming on the anvil. Can we create decentralized off-grid energy charging systems? So there were 2 very interesting ideas on waste to hydrogen to fast charging, or methanol to fast charging were the 2 ideas suggested, and we should definitely look at that in a very serious manner. Apart from that, focusing on the government representative said that, look, enough policies have already been created, but the OEMs are not moving at the pace, and the OEM space is very much limited by the market's own absorptive capacity. So not enough vehicles are being sold, because there's not enough charging infrastructure. So again, a circular argument. So to break out of this circular loop, we said, let's focus on decentralized infrastructure while the grid infrastructure strengthens over the next decade or 2. And then finally, you heard the panel on making technologies affordable and accessible. That's the AAA declaration. I've already said enough about that. So that's the overall ideas, messages, and suggestions that came out of the first CITIS, and as is customary, as is what we've been doing, both IVIS and CITIS reports will be ready and released in the coming weeks. So that's it on the CITIS part. Is there anything else? Yeah. Okay. So finally, this brings us to the conclusion of the first CITIS and the 8th IVIS. Are there any comments or suggestions that we have not addressed, and any points which are which you may have and would like to suggest how we can improve? You can raise them now, or we can discuss this offline. So I don't see any hands, so we can maybe discuss this offline. All of you are tired, as are we. So I can't thank our partners enough. I won't name all of them, except I know our colleagues from the government of Netherlands want to share a token of appreciation for Nishi, you wanted to. So. Thank you. Thank you for your support for the event, and we continue to look forward to working with you. Do you want to say a few words, or? Sure. Why not?
I'd like to thank you as well very much for this very nice summit. First time I'm here live. I followed many summits on the screen, but it's better to be here to communicate directly with all the people here. And thank you so much for the perfect organization. I know that happens a lot behind the curtains, but in front everything is very smooth. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Louis, if you don't mind, Louis, a little token of appreciation from our side as well. Thank you. And as he said, there's a lot that happens behind the curtains which is not visible in the front. We are frantically between the sessions coordinating the chaos that's behind the curtains, but everything does work perfectly. And I can't thank all of the team members from both NMCG and Gange. Could you all just stand up so everyone can see who the people behind, or just come on the stage and please, Sandeep, come on this. These are the people who manage the chaos behind the scenes. So, and they do that pretty well. Thank you. So on that note, I'd like to bring the two summits to a formal close. Thank you once again to all our sponsors, all our partners, and everyone, our speakers, our guests, for making this successful. I know we had tiring, but hopefully very stimulating and engaging 3 days. The real work begins now, because as Mr. Gadkari said, stop talking, start doing. So I'll call, both Dr. Tare and I will call on you individually to discuss the very next steps. We'll give it a day or so, and then we'll get in touch with you next week. Tea and coffee is served, but can I ask everyone to join us in the central foyer for a big group photograph. So before we go to the first floor, all of us in the central ground floor foyer, so the photographers can take a group photograph for all of us, so you also have memories of this particular event. A final round of applause for everyone.